So I thought today would be a good day to speak on the Sabbath again before we get into the feast days, which also includes Sabbaths. So we're going to speak on the Sabbath again. We're going to show the world what the Almighty has said about the Sabbath and when and how it was made known unto the children of Israel. So we're going to review the Sabbath day again. Because as I stated, I've been hearing a lot of boasting. I mean, I don't think the people really know they are actually boasting, but they are boasting in something that Yahweh told them not to, especially dealing with time and place. According to this time and according to the places we find ourselves scattered, we do not supposed to be boasting about a covenant that is broken. And the Sabbath is included in that covenant. So we can stop all this nitpicking and remember and understand that there was a contract made with the children of Israel. And one of the ordinances of that contract that we find that our brothers and sisters find themselves boasting in is broken up under that contract. So we're going to try to show that one more time. It won't be the only time, but we're going to use the day again to show Israel what is written in their holy scriptures when it comes to the Sabbath and when and how it was made known unto the children of Israel. Our brother Yamin will read Psalm 74 and Psalms 81 for us all, and then we'll jump straight into the presentation. At this time, please get yourself in Holy Scripture, a piece of paper, and a pen that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give on this subject matter, which is the Sabbath. You got the floor, my brother.
Shalom, everybody. Hold on, excuse me. Shalom, everyone. As the brother stated, I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 74, please. That's Psalm 7:4. It reads, O Elohim, why hast thou cast us off forever? Why doth thy anger smoke against the sheep of thy pasture? Remember thy congregation, which thou hast purchased of old, the rod of thy inheritance, which thou hast redeemed, this Mount Zion, wherein thou hast dwelt. Lift up thy feet unto the perpetual desolations, even all that the enemy hath done wickedly in the sanctuary. Thy enemies roar in the midst of thy congregations. They set up their ensigns for signs. A man was famous according as he has lifted up his axe upon the thick trees. But now they break down the carved work thereof at once with axes and hammers. They have cast fire into thy sanctuary. They have defiled by casting down the dwelling place of thy name to the ground. They said in their hearts, let us destroy them together. They have burnt up all the synagogues of Elohim in the land. We see not our sign. There is no more any prophet. Neither is there any among us that knoweth how long. O Elohim, how long shall the adversary reproach? Shall the enemy blaspheme thy name forever? Why withdrawest thou thy hand, even thy right hand? Pluck it out of thy bosom. For Elohim is my king of old, working salvation in the midst of the earth. Thou didst divide the sea by thy strength. Thou breakest the heads of the dragons in the waters. Thou breakest the head of Leviathan in pieces, and gavest him to be meat to the people inhabiting the wilderness. Thou didst cleave to the fountains, Thou didst cleave the fountain and the flood. Thou driedest up mighty rivers. The day is thine, the night also is thine. Thou hast prepared the light and the sun. Thou hast set all the borders of the earth. Thou hast made summer and winter. Remember this, that the enemy have reproached, O Yahweh, and that the foolish people has blasphemed thy name. O deliver not the soul of thy turtle dove unto the multitude of the wicked. Forget not the congregation of thy poor forever. Have respect unto the covenant, for the dark places of the earth are full of the habitations of cruelty. O let not the oppressed return ashamed. Let the poor and needy praise thy name. Arise, O Elohim, plead thine own cause. Remember how the foolish man reproaches thee daily. Forget not the voice of thine enemies, the tumult of those that rise up against thee increases, continue. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 84, please. Oh, 81, excuse me. Psalms 81. We're at Psalms 81, and it reads, Sing unto Elohim our strength. Make a joyful noise unto the Elohim of Yaakov. Take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp and the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. For this was a statute for Israel, and a law of the Elohim of Yaakov. This he ordained in Yosef for a testimony, when he went out through the land of Egypt. Excuse me. Where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou calledest in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah, or at the waters of strife, Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me, there shall no strange deity be in thee. Neither shalt thou worship any strange deity. I am Yahweh thy Elohim, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of Yahweh should have submitted themselves unto him, but their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat, and with the honey out of the rock should I have satisfied thee. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. Hallelujah and Shalom, Israel. First and foremost, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying Hallelujah. And I would like to greet the listening audience once again by saying Shalom. Today's presentation is called the Sabbath. When and how was Yahweh Sabbath made known unto the children of Israel? So again, we will reveal to the earth what is written in our holy scriptures dealing with the Sabbath and when and how it was made known unto the children of Israel. Before we jump into this great presentation, I'd like to thank our brother for reading Psalms 74 and 81, and I would just like to expound on a verse in Psalms 81, and that verse is two verses actually, and it is the 11th and 12th verse of Psalms 81. And it tells us again in Psalms 81, verse 11 and 12, but my people would not hearken unto my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up into their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsel. And this is a great judgment against a rebellious people that refuse to hearken to their Creator's voice. The same Creator that redeemed them out of Egypt. So I ask the listening audience today, could it possibly be that we are as the 12th verse reads? So I gave them up into their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsel. So what your brother is wondering is it possible today that we have been given up into our own heart's lust? Is it possible today that we have been given up and have been allowed to walk in our own counsel as a form of punishment? If so, it gives us a better understanding of why we hear our brothers and sisters boasting in the Sabbath. It gives us a better understanding of why we hear our brothers and sisters adding and taking away from the covenant of the law. It gives us a better understanding of why we find men resurrecting the law, re-entering a covenant that is broken, and re-entering this covenant without the other party, which is none other than the Creator himself. So I thought in starting this great presentation, I will bring Psalms 81 verse 12 to your attention again and allow you to know why we find ourselves boasting in a covenant that is broken, finding ourselves boasting in a day that Yahweh gave a bunch of free people that he had redeemed and placed in a land forever. Let us turn our holy scriptures to the book of wisdom, the book of Proverbs, the very first chapter, to establish this great presentation, which is called, again, the Sabbath. When and how was Yahweh's Sabbath day made known unto the children of Israel? And it tells us by way of wisdom, if we turn our holy scriptures to Proverbs, the very first chapter. And it allows us to know, we that have eyes that can see and ears that are wide open this day, that ye may hear. It tells us in Proverbs, the first chapter. I would like to start reading at the 7th verse. And it reads in Proverbs, the first chapter, the 7th verse, the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. And this beginning of wisdom denotes the principal part. But fools despise wisdom and instructions or correction. My son, hear the correction or the instruction of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother. For they shall be an ornament of grace into thy head, and chains about thy neck. My son, if sinners entice thee, consent thy not. And many Israelites have been enticed by their teachers, their mores, their preachers, their Kohen, their elders. Many of us have been enticed by not knowing what is written in your holy scriptures. But wisdom allows us to know this day, consent thy not. If they say, come with us, let's do it like we do it, the Almighty is allowing us to know by way of wisdom, consent thy not. Because in the first verse that I started with, which was the 7th verse, it told us the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge. So if you're truly seeking Yahweh by way of his word, the holy scriptures, then you are to seek him in fear, because this is the principal part of the knowledge. But fools despise wisdom and correction. And we don't want to be labeled as one of those fools. We want to be labeled as a prudent man or woman. We want to be labeled with sound wisdom. Thus it tells us again in the 10th verse, my son, if sinners entice thee, consent thy not. And a sinner enticing you could be enticing you in anything that Yahweh has not said. If they say, come with us, you are to consent not. Let us lay wait for blood. Let us lurk privately for the innocent without cause. You are to consent not those that fear Yahweh. Let us swallow them up, alive as the grave, and whole as those that go down into the pit. We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoil. Cast in thy lot among us. Let us all have one purse. My son, walk not thy in the way with them. It is better to be by yourself in the fear of Yahweh than to walk with a multitude to do evil. And many of you have been caught up in the multitude. You don't understand that the Almighty had told Israel in the book of Exodus, the 23rd chapter, to not follow a multitude to do evil. But walking in your own counsel, you believe that the multitude denotes righteousness. In reality, it denotes evil, because most of the people that denotes the multitude will be walking in a vain show. Thus you hear every week, Shabbat Shalom. It tells us, Israel, again in the 15th verse, my son, walk not thy in the way with them, refrain thy foot from their path, for their feet run to evil. And our brothers and sisters are running to do the Sabbath the way they want to. Our brothers and sisters are running to do the feast days the way they want to. Our brothers and sisters are running to keep a broken covenant the way they want to. But the Almighty told us to refrain thy foot from their path, for their feet run to evil, and make haste to shed blood. And it allows us to know that this is a vain show, for the 17th verse reads, surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird, and they lay wait for their own blood. And today we have these cages that are called classes and cadasses and churches and things like that that don't do nothing but denote the cages that is used to capture men. And we have been caught in many of these cages to our death if we were not recipients of Yahweh's mercy. For the Almighty said that many will remain in the congregation of the dead. And that's where you find yourself in this day, calling it your sanctuary, calling it your temple, calling it your class, calling it your church. The Almighty calls it the congregation of the dead. For we are among the congregation of the dead, for the Almighty separated us from the congregation of the living. The congregation of the living is found only in the land of promise. And none of us are in the land of promise this day. Thus we are cut off from our parts, cut off from our people. Thus it is called we find ourselves in the congregation of the dead. It tells us, Israel, again in the 17th verse, surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird, and they lay wait for their own blood. They lark privately for their own lives. So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain, which take away the life of the owner thereof. And we see this done many times in these congregations, in these sanctuaries, in these classes, and in these churches by way of time. They take away the life of the owners thereof. And the owners thereof that your brother is speaking about are called the fatherless and the widow. But they don't just take the life of the fatherless and the widow, but they also take the life of the poor and the afflicted. Thus it reads, wisdom crieth without. She utters her voice in the streets. She crieth in the chief place of the concourse, in the openings of the gates. In the city she utters her voice, saying, how long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? And the scorners delight in their scorning. Thus they keep scorning each and every day. And fools hate knowledge. They hate when you bring forth thus said Yahweh. They hate when you show the knowledge of time and place. They will pay it no mind, but still have the audacity to give you their desire and their heart lust. They will readily tell you what they lusting after and what they going to do, regardless of what you show them. And that is a display of hatred of knowledge. Anytime you talk to your brother or sister and you show them what Yahweh said about the covenant of the law, about the holy Sabbath, and they disregard what you have given them, have shown them by way of thus said Yahweh, but still have the audacity to go to another chapter and verse and try to tell you what Yahweh said. How foolish is that? That is a display of hatred, because every word of Elohim is pure. The scripture tells us in the book of the law, cursed be he that confirms not all the words of this law and do them. So it allows us to know, if you are not confirming every word, if you are not declaring that every word of Elohim is pure, then you are showing hatred toward the word, the voice of your Creator. Thus it reads again in the 22nd verse, how long, how many presentations must we give? How many times should we direct you to read the Holy Scriptures from Genesis to Malachi? How long, you simple ones, will you love simplicity? To say that you can keep the Sabbath wherever you are at is simplicity. To say you can be holy wherever you are at is simplicity. How long, ye simple ones, will you love simplicity? And the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge. turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit into you. I will make known my words into you. All you have to do is turn at his reproof, and his reproof will be displayed this day, dealing with the Sabbath and why and how it was made known unto the children of Israel. And if you don't want to be labeled as a scorner anymore, nor a fool, the Almighty is allowing you to know this day, by way of wisdom, to turn you at his reproof. And his reproof is his word. Your brother have taught you many times when it tells us in the book of Proverbs, the 30th chapter, the 5th and 6th verse, every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Add not into his words, lest he will reprove thee. And I have taught over and over again, according to the testimonies that we find in our Holy Scripture, Yahweh have reproved his children many times by way of man. The Almighty put the Spirit on the man, the words in his mouth, and he was to declare unto the children of Israel all that Yahweh has said. So that is how you turn at his reproof. And it tells us one more time in that 23rd verse, turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour my spirit into you. Did you catch that? You have to turn to his reproof. You have to take heed to what his voice have said. And if you do, this spirit that he will pour upon you, this wisdom as a spirit will be poured upon you. I will make known my words unto you, allowing you to know, then you will be able to understand. That's why I started in the 7th verse, because it denoted that you had to have fear. Many of us don't have fear. That's why you are boasting that you are keeping a Sabbath and even have the nerve to call it a holy Sabbath in a defiled land. And, mind you, under a broken covenant. It tells us, because I have called, and ye refused. And one might say, well, when did he call? And when did I refuse? Well, every time you find a brother that is willing and able to confirm every word, and you don't hearken to those words, it is called turn you at my reproof, because I have called and ye refuse. It is called refusing. I have stretched out my hand and no man regarded. The voice allows us to know what Yahweh said and done. And the Almighty said through that voice, allowing you to know what he said and done, no man regard. But ye have set at naught all my counsel, not just the law, not just the ordinances, not just the statutes, not just the judgments, not just the commandments, not just the testimonies, but the scriptures tells us, but ye have set at naught all my counsel, and would none of my reproof. I also, please take note, even though many of you think you're getting away, Although many of you think that you're going to be able to prolong your days under your own counsel, it tells us, I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear comes. When your fear comes as a desolation and your destruction comes as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish come upon you, then shall they call upon me, because your counsel is going to forsake you. But I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. And you need to circle these verses because it allows you to know that when Yahweh send forth his reproof, they that fear him is going to take heed. They that fear him is going to confirm every word of that reproof. But those that do not will continue on in their own counsel until hell meets them at the door, as it says in the book of Genesis. If thou does well, thou shalt be accepted. But if thou does not well, sin lies at the door. Well, the Almighty is telling you to turn to his reproof before it's too late, because you don't have a handle on Yahweh or what he will do or what he will not do. So he's allowing you to know, that. And he's allowing you to know to return to his voice when you hear his reproof. And if you do not, more than likely you will be caught up in your own counsel. And that own counsel will only bring forth the wrath of your Creator upon yourself. For it tells us, when your fear comes, in the 27th verse again, as desolation, and your destruction comes as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish come upon you, then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. And a lot of the fools today don't even care about this verse, because they're going to tell you he answering me anyway, even though he said he would not. They shall seek me early. And many of them call themselves seeking Yahweh and being in the Holy Scriptures and being in the New Testament and being in all these other so-called religious books. And they are even farther away from Yahweh than they were when they decided to seek Yahweh under their own counsel. Thus it tells us in the 29th verse, for that they hated knowledge. How are you going to be wise? How are you going to understand what Yahweh has said and done dealing with the Sabbath if you hate knowledge, if you hate reproof, and if you do not have the fear of Yahweh in you? Thus it reads again, for they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. And that's all we teach. Every time they bring up about the Sabbath or any other law, we allow them to know, according to the voice of their Creator, that the covenant is broken and that the secret things belong unto Yahweh, but the things that are revealed belongs unto us. And we show each and every week that which is revealed, and they refuse to confirm every word. Thus it reads again, for they that hate knowledge, for that they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. They were none of my counsel. They despised all my reproof, and I am a witness Therefore shall they eat of their own way, or eat of the fruit of their own way, and be filled with their own devices. For the turning away of the simple shall slay them. Just because you refuse to fear Yahweh, just because you refuse to acknowledge every word, the book of wisdom says, for the turning away of the simple shall slay them, and the prosperity of the cars and the clothing and the homes that these brothers have accumulated that have stolen money from you and I, it says, and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. But whosoever hearken unto me shall dwell safely, and shall be quiet from fear of evil. And this hearkening to me denotes wisdom, and it denotes your Creator. And if you truly hearken into your Creator and His voice, which denotes wisdom, it allows us to know that ye shall dwell safely and shall be quiet from fear of evil. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Psalms 118, Psalms 118. For today, we are dealing with the Sabbath. When and how was Yahweh Sabbath made known unto the children of Israel? And I wanted to introduce this presentation by way of wisdom and by way of praise with understanding, to allow us to know that there's nothing new under the sun. We don't have to try to guess it. We don't have to try to figure it out. All we have to do is fear Yahweh and take heed to every word. And His word will allow you to know, according to time and place, what He has said and what He has done. And it will also allow you to know what you are seeking for. Let us turn our scriptures to Psalms 118. For in Psalms 118, it allows us to know that our fathers continue to give Yahweh praise, for He is righteous. And in this praise, it denotes a day that Yahweh has made, and He made this day for Himself. He hallowed it. He consecrated it. He sanctified it. And later on, in retrospect, He made it known unto His chosen, which was none other than the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Thus, Psalms 118 reads, O give thanks unto Yahweh, for He alone is good, because His mercy endures forever. Let Israel now say that His mercy endures forever. Let the house of Aaron now say that His mercy endures forever. Let them now that fear Yahweh, and that should be all of you, say that His mercy endures forever. I called upon Yahweh in distress. Yahweh answered me and set me in a large place. Yahweh is on my side. I will not fear. What can man do unto me? Yahweh take my part with them that help me. Therefore shall I see my desire upon them that hate me. It is better, Israel, to trust in Yahweh than to put confidence in man. It is better, I say, to trust in Yahweh than to put confidence in princes. All nations compass me about, but in the name of Yahweh will I destroy them. They compass me about, yea, they compass me about, but in the name of Yahweh I will destroy them. They compass me about like bees. They are quenched as the fire of thorns. For in the name of Yahweh I will destroy them. Thou hast thrust sore at me that I might fail, or that I might fall. But Yahweh helped me. Yahweh is my strength and song, and is become my salvation. The voice of rejoicing and salvation is in the tabernacles of the righteous. The right hand of Yahweh does violently. The right hand of Yahweh is exalted. The right hand of Yahweh does violently, because he hath already done it. I shall not die, but live, and declare the works of Yahweh. And he will prolong your days just for you to declare the works of his, to be his witness. Long as you're witnessing the truth. Because if you start witnessing the lie, time have shown that Yahweh is not playing around. Many of our elders and teachers have been taken off the earth at an early age. And many people say, well, yeah, they've been taken from the day of evil. Well, could it possibly be they was taken also because their days were not prolonged? Because they are not witnessing what he put in them to witness? For here it tells us again in the 17th verse, I shall not die, but live, and declare the works of Yahweh. That is what his witnesses is supposed to do. Yahweh have chastened me sore, but you're still going to witness every word as it is written. Yahweh have chastened me sore, but he have not given me over into death. Open to me the gates of righteousness. I will go into them, and I will praise Yahweh. This gate of Yahweh, into which the righteous shall enter, please take note. I will praise thee, for thou hast heard me, and art become my salvation. The stone which the builders refused is become the headstone of the corner. This is Yahweh's doing, not your brother, not man, but Yahweh's doing. It is marvelous in our eyes. is the day which Yahweh has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. And we're going to rejoice with understanding. The 25th verse reads, Save now, I beseech thee, O Yahweh. O Yahweh, I beseech thee. Send now prosperity. Blessed be he that come in the name of Yahweh. And when we come in the name of Yahweh, we are showing them exactly what thus said Yahweh. We got brothers and sisters teaching that we're keeping the Sabbath today. We under the covenant of the law today, and they cannot say that they are coming in the name of Yahweh. Because if they do, they have truly taken the name of Yahweh in vain. For they are not confirming, nor acknowledging, nor doing every word. It tells us, one more time in the 26th verse, Blessed be he that come in the name of Yahweh. We have blessed you out of the house of Yahweh. Elohim is Yahweh, which have shown us light. And the light is the light is the voice in this book. The light is his word. Thus it reads, Elohim is Yahweh, which have shown us light. Bind the sacrifice with cords, even into the horns of the altar. Thy art our Elohim, and we will praise thee. Thy art our Elohim, we will exalt thee. Oh, give thanks unto Yahweh, for he is good, for his mercy endures forever. And it does, even to this day, because the Almighty have words of hope in this Holy Scripture, allowing us to know what we are to hope for and to wait for after these trials and tribulations are up. So his mercy truly endures forever, even into this day. Let us turn our scriptures also to the book of Jeremiah. The book of Jeremiah, the 5th chapter. Because I need you to get understanding of your Creator and what he has said. That way you will perceive the facts that we bring out this day much better, dealing with the Sabbath and when and how it was made known unto the children of Israel. So I have one more place I would like to go to ignite your curiosity, ignite your seeking of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Thus it tells us in the book of Jeremiah, the 5th chapter, and I like to start at the very first verse. And as I read in the book of Jeremiah, the 5th chapter, reminisce on the things that you have seen and heard in your day, and try to compare it to the day of Jeremiah, when he found himself among Israel and Yehudah sinning in Jerusalem. It tells us in the very first verse of the 5th chapter of Jeremiah, and it reads, Run, Don't walk, for there's no time to walk, nor is it any time for one to stand on the fence. You either for Yahweh or you are not. And if you are truly for Yahweh, you are more than willing and able to reprove or rebuke the multitude of the people that is not of Yahweh's counsel. Thus, Jeremiah, being a faithful prophet and a faithful witness, was sent into Yehuda at Jerusalem, and the Almighty told him, run ye to and fro through the streets of Jerusalem, and see now and know and seek in the broad places thereof, if ye can find a man, if there be any that execute judgment. And the answer to that is no, if you comparing it and reminiscing about your day and what you have seen and what you know that have been done or not. Well, the first thing the Almighty told Jeremiah to do and seek was to see if you could find a man, if there be any that execute judgment. And if we compared ourselves today, being in another man's land under a broken covenant, we would hurry up and say, no, we can't find no man today that is able nor willing to execute the judgment, that seek the truth. And when we deal with that one, it's short. It's like a 30-70. 30% might be seeking the truth. The 70, representing the multitude, refuses the truth. And I will pardon it. So the Almighty said to Jeremiah, run before my wrath befall them, and see if there's any that execute judgment or that seek the truth, and I will pardon it. And let's stop, because mind you, these are our fathers that were in the land of promise under the covenant of the law. And being under the covenant of the law, they wasn't even executing judgment, nor were they truly seeking the truth. And here we is, not under the covenant of the law, not in our land, not free, but you're going to teach we're under the covenant of the law that consists of judgments, and you never execute them. And then you're going to tell us that the covenant of the law ain't broken, but in the same breath, you're going to tell us that you speak the truth. The Almighty said, if that was so, I would pardon it, or I will pardon it, if you can truly find Israel executing judgment and seeking the truth. Well, if you know anything about the story of Jeremiah, Jeremiah had to tell Israel that they was going into Babylon. And eventually, they didn't find anybody that was truly executing judgment, nor did he find his people truly seeking the truth. And it sounds like many of our brothers and sisters this day. And though they say Yahweh live, and the Almighty saying the same people that refuse to execute the judgment. And one of the main judgments that I bring up on a daily is the judgment dealing with the Sabbath, because I hear my brothers and sisters speaking about the Sabbath on a daily. Well, the Almighty said it must not be truth, because if it was, then you would execute the judgment. And the judgment is, he that defiled the Sabbath day shall, and not by the hands of Yahweh, but by the great men of Israel. So even though we see that these men do not execute judgment, nor do they truly seek truth, even though you will hear these leaders and elders and marays constantly say, let Yahweh live. Let Yahweh be magnified. Let Yahweh be the truth and everybody else a lie. When the Almighty say, you are a liar when you say those things without executing judgment and without seeking the truth. And what is the truth? Every word that proceed out of the mouth of Yahweh is the truth. The third verse reads, and the Almighty let us know in that second verse, surely they swear falsely. So when you hear them saying, let Yahweh live, when you hear them say, let Yahweh be magnified, the Almighty is telling you by the mouth of Jeremiah, they are swearing falsely. Yahweh, are not thy eyes upon the truth? Absolutely. Look what your Creator eyes is upon. It's not upon how you feel. It's not upon your self-conviction. It's not upon how you and a group of people is doing something. It is only upon the truth. And the truth is the voice of Yahweh. He know what he said, and he mean what he said. So if you're not quoting what he said, then you are not acknowledging the truth. It's that plain and simple. That's how easy it is to deceive our brothers and sisters, because you're telling them something that Yahweh said, and they don't know he didn't say it. Thus, it tells us one more time in the third verse, Yahweh, are not thy eyes upon the truth? Thou hast stricken them, but they have not grieved. We find ourselves in America and abroad, and we have still not grieved. And you say, well, how can you prove it? When you hear your brothers and sisters boasting about a Sabbath that's in a covenant that is broken. How can you say your eyes is truly about Yahweh and what he has said and done when you refuse to acknowledge every word? Yahweh, are not thy eyes upon the truth? Thou hast stricken them, but they have not grieved. Thou hast consumed them. The scripture says in the book of Isaiah, I have set them on fire, and they don't even know they are burnt. Thus it reads, they have not grieved. Thou hast consumed them, but they have not refused to receive. But they, have refused to receive correction or instructions. They have made their face harder than a rock. And you see that rock face every time you tell your brother and sister that the Sabbath is broken. Every time you show your brothers and sisters Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the 34th, the 35th, and the 43rd verse, you see that stony face because they refuse to receive instructions. They have made their face harder than a rock. They have refused to return. And the only way you can talk to one of those people is for Yahweh to put a spirit upon you to make your face harder than their face. That way you won't succumb to their looks nor their words. Because if you do, then Yahweh will make you ashamed before them. The Almighty has planted seeds in the earth, and they're going to spring up, and they're going to be bold as a lion. They ain't going to lie, and they're going to utter every word. And in uttering that word, the Almighty is not going to allow you to be ashamed. And as we read in the Psalms and in Psalm 118, the Almighty takes the side of those that help you. The Almighty is with that man or that woman that helps you in this fight. We just read that. Psalms 118. So you must be bold as a lion to speak the words of Yahweh in its totality to your hard-headed brothers and sisters. It tells us in the 4th verse, since they refuse to receive correction, and they have made their faces harder than a rock, and since they refuse to return, the 4th verse reads, therefore I said, surely these are poor. They are foolish, for they know not. Please take note who Yahweh called foolish, for they know not the way of Yahweh. And if they are not quoting every word, if they are saying that you could be holy in a defiled land, if they are telling you the same constitution or the same law or the same covenant that Yahweh made with the children of Israel to govern themselves in their own land, if they telling you that you can govern yourselves with that constitution or that covenant wherever you are at, the scripture allows us to know that they are foolish, for they know not the way of Yahweh, nor, please take note, nor the judgment of their Elohim. The 5th verse and the last verse that I will read in this book of Jeremiah, the 5th chapter, and it reads, I will get me into the great men. So the Almighty saying, even in this day where Israel is not executing judgment, even in this day where Israel is not seeking the truth, there were great men that Yahweh knew personally. For it tells us in the 5th verse, I will get me into the great men and will speak into them. Just like Joshua and Caleb was the great men that was among our people in the wilderness, because they had another spirit upon them. And their spirit was all about Yahweh and what he has said and what he has done. Thus it tells us, I will get me into the great men and will speak into them. Why them? It reads, for they have known the way of Yahweh. The great men know the way of their Creator and the judgment of their Elohim. So if you don't really know that Genesis, the 15th chapter, has been fulfilled, if you don't really know that today you find yourself in America and spread it abroad because of the grapes that your fathers have eaten and your teeth have been set on edge, then it allows us to know that you do not know the judgments of your Creator. For it tells us one more time in this 5th verse, I will get me into the great men and will speak into them. The Almighty is saying something different to these great men by way of wisdom. For they have known the way of Yahweh in the judgment of their Elohim. But these people walking around here talking about we under the covenant of the law. These people walking around here talking about Shabbat Shalom. The Almighty said, but these have altogether broken the yoke. What do the yoke represent? The punishment, the bondage, the captivity. And that only came by way of the covenant being broken. Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, the 25th to the 28th verse. Well, let's put the 29th verse in there too, because the 29th verse says, the secret things belong to Yahweh, but the things that are revealed belongs unto us. And these are the things that are being revealed. So you must acknowledge it. If the revealing is that the covenant of the law is broken, then you must confirm. If the revealing is the Sabbath is done away with and it ceased, then you must confirm. For the last sentence tells us again, but these have altogether broken the yoke and burst the bonds. They said, damn what the scriptures say. I'm not going to be in captivity. I'm not going to be in bondage. I'm not going to be without the law. I'm not going to be without the Sabbath. They even say Yahweh is here with them today, because they have said, damn the scriptures. They are walking according to their own heart's imagination and according to their own counsel, as we have read in Proverbs, the 1st chapter. Let us turn our scriptures to Psalms 95, since we have an idea of the man that Yahweh is looking upon to speak the truth. Since we know that there are great men in the earth that truly know Yahweh's judgment and seeks his truth. It tells us in Psalms 95, if we all turn there, please. Psalms 95. And it reads in Psalms 95, oh, come, let us sing unto Yahweh. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving for what he have already said and done, and make a joyful noise unto him with songs. For Yahweh is a great Elohim and a great King above all deities. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hand formed the dry land. Oh, come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before Yahweh, our Maker. For he is our Elohim, and we are the people of his pasture and the sheep of his hand. Today, Israel, the day, this same day that he hath made, today, if, for it is truly conditional, if ye will hear his voice. Did you get that? You are only a great man or the people of his pasture or the sheep of his hand, if ye will hear his voice. And they talk about today. Don't forget what we read in Proverbs 1. When your trials and tribulations come, and you come trying to seek Yahweh because it's 4 days later, a week later, a month later, a year later, the Almighty said, I'm going to laugh at your calamities. You're going to pray into me, and I will not hear thee, even in your times of distress. So again, Israel, as we are reading in the 7th verse, today, if ye will hear his voice, hearken not your heart as in the provocation and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness, when your fathers tested me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their hearts. And many of us find ourselves erring today in our hearts because we lean upon our hearts, and we are right in our own eyes, and refuse to follow only the counsel of our Creator. Thus it read again in the 10th verse, 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not, please take note, known my ways. And many of you are guilty for not knowing the ways of Yah. And when I say guilty, I'm saying it in the sense of you going out here teaching something that you don't know. The 11th verse reads, and to whom I swear in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. And please circle that 11th verse, for that 11th verse is telling you so much, and it allows you to know if you are under the rest today, because the Almighty is speaking about some free people, our fathers, that he redeemed out of Egypt, and he made them the sheep of his pasture, and he became their king in their Elohim, and they refused to believe in him and hearken every word. Thus, they were not allowed to enter into my rest. And what was that rest? That rest was none other than the land of promise and the Sabbath days that was supposed to be done in that land. So they were not able to enter, even though they might have kept a Sabbath in the wilderness. They were not able to enter into the land of promise and to keep Yahweh's rest. This same rest that we're about to teach on, to show how, when, and how Yahweh made known this Sabbath unto the children of Israel. But they were not allowed to enter into Yahweh's rest, nor are you and I this day. And please take note, it's something that Yahweh controlled. This is written, but just think about how many people say, well, we're going to do it anyway. Today is the seventh day. We're going to do it. Yahweh already made it holy and sanctified it way back in Genesis 2, verse 3. So we're going to do it anyway. Well, you know how many people made it in with that thought? None of them, except the two great men whose name was Caleb and Joshua. So no matter how much they said they were under the Sabbath and they was going to participate, none of them actually was under it, nor did they participate. And that is the same as this day. And the reason why the Almighty did not allow them to enter in his rest is because they sinned against him, because they tempted him, because they proved him, because their hearts was hardened against him, because of the temptations that was done in the wilderness. So the Almighty said, you're not even suitable or suited to enter into the land of rest. Why would I allow you to rest when all you did was disobey me? I brought you out of a land where you did not rest to give you rest. And before I brought you into that land of rest, all you did was disobey me. So you will not enter into the land of rest. Well, today, we are the seeds of those disobedient parents. If they didn't get in, how are you getting in? How are you already in? And you ain't even on the land. Because you must say you already in, because here it proves when Israel was under the Sabbath, they kept it in a land. If you understand the Psalm 95 is talking about our fathers in the wilderness for 40 years being disobedient, and none of them made it in the land to keep the rest. So today, you find yourself in America and scattered abroad, but you're saying you're keeping the rest without even being in the land, without even being free. The freedom is what allows you to rest. Let us turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. For it continued to tell us in this presentation, according to the book of Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, for those that don't know the ways of Yahweh, it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, we start reading at the 5th verse. I would like to start at the 1st verse and jump down to the 5th verse. And it reads in the very 1st verse of Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. These are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe to do. Where? Wherever you at? Absolutely not. You think I freed you out of Egypt, brought you in the wilderness, and scattered you and told you to go wherever you're going? No, I freed you, and I brought you with me. I made you the sheep of my pastor, and I was the shepherd. And I led you in the way you should go. Thus it tells us again in the 1st verse, these are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe to do in the land, the promised land, which Yahweh Elohim of thy fathers give thee to possess it. And mind you, the Sabbath denotes a statute and a judgment. Well, the Almighty said that's supposed to be done in the land which Yahweh Elohim of thy fathers give thee to possess it all the days. not some of the days of your life, but all the days that ye live upon the earth, these things supposed to be done in the land that you possess, the same land called the promised land, because it was promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and their seed. The 5th verse reads, but into the place, the same place that your brother calls the land of promise, the same place that your brother keeps pumping into you, that it is a place that you possess and not a place that you sojourned. Thus it reads again in the 5th verse, but into the place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, even into his habitation shall ye seek, and tighter thy shall come. And tighter ye shall bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, and mind you, the Sabbath had burnt offerings and sacrifices and heave offerings tied to it. So you can't teach that you're keeping the Sabbath wherever you at, but you take the sacrifices to a particular place. That is foolishness. And foolishness come by way of them that fear Yahweh not. It tells us, and your sacrifices, and your tithes, and heave offerings of your hand, and your vows, and your free will offerings, and the firstlings of your herd and of your flock. And there, not wherever you are at, but there ye shall eat before Yahweh your Elohim, and ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand into, ye and your household, wherein Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee. And according to history, the only place that Yahweh had blessed the children of Israel is none other than the promised land, the land of Canaan, their inheritance, the same land that they possessed. It tells us in the 8th verse, ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. And what day was that? That was the day that they came, that was the day that they found themselves free in the wilderness, being instructed what to do and where to go. And we find that there were many violations being made in the wilderness. Thus we read in the 8th verse, ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. And what was they doing, Yahweh, that day and even doing today? Every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. Let's stop. Because this is a very, very hard verse. This verse allows you to know that the Israelites was under strict obedience. They was harnessed to follow righteousness. If they looked to the left or to the right, it would have knocked them off the path. So it allows us to know that even though they were free and the Creator was among them and they were in the wilderness, you still do not supposed to do whatever is right in your own eyes, especially when you enter into the land of rest. So if that is true, then all these laws that Yahweh gave Israel to govern themselves in the land of promise was only for the land of promise. It was to govern them in this great land. That way their days would be prolonged and they would live in that land forever. If they did not, there was consequences, and we are witnesses of that consequence. You would no longer be in that land, nor would you be in the land of rest. And if you're not in the land of rest, and the covenant of the law is broken, there's no way in the world, Israel, that you could be under the Sabbath. Thus, it tells us one more time in this 8th verse, ye shall not do after all the things. This represents the book of Deuteronomy represents the 40th year. This is 40 years after Yahweh have delivered the children of Israel out of Egypt. And many times we found that Yahweh killed many of the Israelites in the wilderness because they were right in their own eyes. And the Almighty is telling them in the 8th verse about going in the promised land. And it reads, ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. Every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. And why not, Yahweh? Why is you warning our fathers? Tell us in the 9th verse, for ye are not as yet come to the rest. What? Could your brother possibly be correct based on Psalms 95 verse 11 when he taught that they could not enter the rest, and he said the rest was the Sabbath in the land? Well, let's read. It says, in the 9th verse, for ye are not as yet come to the rest, and to the inheritance. The inheritance is the land, Israel. The rest is going to be done in that land, which Yahweh, your Elohim, give you. Yahweh have not given us America and abroad to keep the covenant of the law, nor the Sabbath. That is contained in the covenant of the law. The 10th verse, if we receive correction and instruction, it tells us, but when ye go over Jordan, we're not over Jordan. We're on the wrong side of Jordan today, Israel. But it was telling our fathers, but when ye go over Jordan and dwell in the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you to inherit, and when he give you what? That's why I keep asking my brothers and sisters, you keep on saying Shabbat Shalom, but you're in captivity. You're in bondage. You keep saying, well, may Yahweh have peace upon us in this great Sabbath, and your children is being killed each and every day. And I had a brother tell me today, he said, yeah, that's true, brother, but unfortunately, many times it's done among ourselves. And I said, well, that's great, because that is a proof that we are not under the covenant of the law today. And took him straight to Deuteronomy 28, verse 53 to 57, and showed him not only was we going to be against our brother, we was going to be against our husband, against our wives, and against our children, as we are witnesses this day. Not 40 years later, 2,000 years later, we are witnesses this day that black on black crime is high among us because of the curses of the law. And it is a proof that you are not under the Shabbat, nor the covenant of the law. It tells us again in the 11th verse, then there shall be a place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Tighter. There shall ye bring all. Please take note. Tighter shall ye bring all that I command you. So whatever's commanded, it lets us know that there is a place where it's all supposed to be done. Tighter shall ye bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings, your sacrifices, your tithes, and the heave offering. So if the tithes was to be brought there, why are you collecting tithes? Why are you collecting what you call tithes, should your brothers say correctly? And why are the men and women going in their pocketbooks and their wallets to give you some of their paycheck if all the tithes were supposed to be brought into the place that Yahweh commanded you to do all? And the heave offering of your hand, and all your choice vows which ye vowed unto Yahweh, even your vows had to be done, and the things that you prepared for making a vow and ending a vow had to be brought into the place that Yahweh placed his name. The 12th verse reads, and ye shall rejoice before Yahweh. When it says before Yahweh, it's talking about before the temple. It's talking about being in his land. And ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim, ye and your sons, and your daughters, and your manservant, and your maidservant, and the Levite that is within your gates. For as much as he have no part nor inheritance with you. So even in taking care of our brother, our dwellings is mentioned. Even in taking care of our brother, it allows us to know that we had to be free under the covenant of the law and in our land, or we couldn't even take care of our brother, because taking care of our brother was denoted upon the inheritance that we have received and that which he did not. So even to take care of our brother, we had to be back in the land of rest to even take care of our brother. But we Yahweh fearing, we holy, and we this, that, another, but you ain't taking care of your brother. And it's because you can't take care of your brother, because you took care of your brother with your inheritance. Well, today, your brother don't have a part of inheritance, nor do you. So you can stay out of your pocketbook and stay out of your wallet, because you are not taking care of anyone that Yahweh told you to take care of, not today. You're taking care of a greedy brother that is not fearing Yahweh and will take your money. Thus it tells us in the 13th verse, take heed to thyself, that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place thou seest. And many people going to be telling us that they are sacrificing the lamb and doing this, that, and another on the Passover, on the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and on the Feast of Tabernacle, because there are requirements to make a burnt offering by way of fire into Yahweh for all of those feasts. And we got the audacity to say we under the feast but you never bring forth the requirements. It also tells us in closing in the 14th verse, but in the place which Yahweh shall choose in one of thy tribes, there, Israel, please follow the correction. Please follow the instruction. There thou shalt offer thy burnt offering, and there thou shalt do all that I command thee. It says all. So you can't say you're doing something and then tell me, well, we can't do it here because it ain't no priest. Or we can't do it here because it ain't no altar. We can't do it here because Yahweh already told Israel where to keep his feasts. If that is so, what is you doing? Because everything supposed to be done in that place where you said those feasts supposed to be done. So you're looking real hypocritical. And the scripture tells us fear surprise the hypocrite. So you don't want to be a hypocrite. It tells us also, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to the 5th chapter of Deuteronomy. While we're still in the book of Deuteronomy, let's take a look at the 5th chapter. And it tells us in the 5th chapter of Deuteronomy, after we heard these instructions of the 12th chapter, it told our fathers before they heard those instructions, according to the 5th chapter of Deuteronomy, if we start reading at the 31st verse, Deuteronomy 5:31 to 33, and it reads, but as for thee, Moses, stand thou here by me, and I will speak into thee all the commandments, and the statutes, and the judgments which thou shalt teach them, that they may what? Do them in the land. So if the Almighty wanted you to do them wherever you was at, we have ample space to put wherever you are at. But that is not the ways of your Creator, nor is that what your Creator sweared into our fathers. Thus, it tells us, again, in the 31st verse, but as for thee, stand thou here by me, and I will speak into thee all the commandments, and the statutes, and the judgments, which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them. So they had to be taught first. It wasn't a God-given. You had to be taught. Teach them that they may do them. So they were taught to do them wherever they was at? Absolutely not. It says, in the land which I gave them to possess it. The Almighty is making this a particular land. Ye shall observe to do, therefore, as Yahweh your Elohim hath commanded you. Ye shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. You can't say we are to the Sabbath, but we don't have to keep the judgments. You can't say we can keep the feast days, but we don't have to be in Jerusalem. Because if you do, you have just turned to the left or the right. The 33rd verse reads, ye shall walk in all, not some, not the best you can. That's Christianity. Ye shall walk in all the ways which Yahweh your Elohim hath commanded you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days. Where in America? Absolutely not. But prolong your days in the land which ye shall possess. And if that is not enough understanding, it tells us in the 6th chapter, the first 3 verses, and it reads, now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments, which Yahweh your Elohim command to teach you. You got to be taught, that ye might do them in the land whither you go to possess it. And that might be one of the main reasons why our brothers and sisters do not understand the land. Because the scripture keep telling us that ye must be taught. Teach them. And we have not been taught correctly. We have been taught that wherever you are at is the word of Yahweh based on Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the 2nd verse. And I just talked to some of my brothers this week, and we spoke about how you're not seeing Leviticus 23 and 2 being revealed as much as it used to be. And we asked ourselves, why not? Could it be based upon our witnessing? Could it be all the preponderance of scriptures we have given to show without a shadow of a doubt that all of Israel's dwellings was none other than the land of promise? And many of the old heads in these maraes used that verse to what word was that was used in Psalms Proverbs 1 to entice Israel to think that they are keeping a covenant that is broken in the land of their enemies. They would take you to that verse and say, don't it say in all your dwellings? And ain't all of your dwellings wherever you was at? And many of the people start believing that because they were enticed, because they didn't fear Yahweh. They didn't have the knowledge of the holy. So they was enticed, and they started enticing others and telling them, look, we supposed to keep the law wherever we is at, until their brother reproved them and started showing them what all thy dwellings denoted, what your inheritance denoted, what your the land that you possess denoted, what the promise that was made to Abraham and Isaac and Jacob denoted. And today, you go on social media and you will rarely find somebody using Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the 2nd verse, to teach you to fear Yahweh and to keep his commandments in captivity. And I think it's a great thing that you can't find it no more, because that means we are doing our job. That means that we are declaring, and that means that the ears are being opened and people is hearing it. So we're going to keep pumping this. We're going to keep showing throughout your holy scriptures where the Almighty command our fathers to do all that they was commanded in the land that they possessed. Thus, I will end this by, I need to finish reading 2 and 3. The 2nd verse tells us again that thou mayest fear Yahweh thy Elohim, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee, thy and thy son. So you got to be in the land to keep them. Your son got to be in the land to keep them. Well, today our fathers and them are dead, but their seed is scattered on the 4 corners of the earth. Do they need to get back, or do they just keep the commandments and the laws and the judgments wherever they at? It reads, which I command thee, thy and thy son, and thy son's son, all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be prolonged. Hear, therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it. Observe to do what I'm telling you in the land that you possess, that it may be well with thee, and that ye may increase mightily. That's why you ain't did no increasing, because you are not in obedience with your Creator. It says, as Yahweh Elohim of thy fathers has promised thee. Where at? Wherever you at, in the enemy's land, being scattered abroad, it reads, in the land that floweth with milk and honey. So it allows us to know, out of these 3 chapters and verses that we went to, that the Almighty changed not. And even though we are showing today that the Sabbath was already created, when the Almighty created the earth on the 7th day, he created the Sabbath. But he did not make it known unto the children of Israel until he saved them out of bondage. And it allows us to know that when he made it known to the children of Israel, he also made it known that this Sabbath was to be done as all the Sabbaths were in the land that you possess. Thus, I would like to go one other place right quick, and that is found in Isaiah, the 58th chapter, just to finish this note. Isaiah, the 58th chapter, the 14th verse tells us this. By the law and by the testimony, if they come not according to these, it is only because there is no light in them on the matter. And we have shown week after week that many of our so-called Israelite brothers and sisters have no light. It tells us in Isaiah, the 58th chapter, the 14th verse, denoting that all the Sabbaths was to be done in your dwellings. It was to be done in your inheritance. It was to be done
Shalom. The brother was kicked off. He's calling back in now.
I mean, mine's a 10, mine's bigger than hers. I'm going to go find another big one. I said this was good enough. This size, good enough. You are the host. Press star now. Please enter your PIN. Doing it,
if you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-888-532-3500. It's free and confidential.
Shalom, Israel. Sorry about that. I hate for that to happen. It makes me lose my chain of thought. And we be but we all was turning to Isaiah, the 58th chapter, the 14th verse, to continue on the note that Israel was to enter the land of promise to rest. We started with Psalms 95 to show that there was only one destination of rest, and it was the land of promise. And those that forsook Yahweh was not part of his rest. Thus we are going to Isaiah, the 58th chapter, the 14th verse, and it tells us, then shall thou delight thyself in Yahweh. And please take note of this. And we're going to touch back on this chapter and verse, but please take note of this. Even the stranger was coming to your land to keep the Sabbath. Why is that? And why would the stranger have to come to your land to keep the Sabbath, but you can keep it wherever you at? That don't make sense. Somebody ain't witnessing the truth. And that somebody is Yahweh's hard-headed children. Thus it reads in the 14th verse, then shalt thou delight thyself in Yahweh, and I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth. Where the high places of the earth? Wherever you at? Well, let's read. It says, and feed thee with the heritage. Your inheritance, Israel, of Jacob, thy father. For the mouth, it ain't going to change. Yahweh not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. He didn't make no mistake. You are making mistakes. It says, for the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it. So it allows us to know that to be a recipient of the Sabbath and to eat of the heritage of Jacob, you must be in the land of promise. Even the strangers. For there is one law for him that is born in the land, and there is only one law for the stranger that sojourn among you. There is not two laws, nor is it a law for when you're in the land, and there's a law when you're not in the land. There is only one law that was given to Israel, and we were supposed to hearken to every word of those laws. And if you did, you would never say you were keeping the Sabbath in captivity, nor would you ever allow one to teach that Yahweh said you would keep the Sabbath in captivity, because it is not written. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 27th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 27th chapter. And this will be my last word of warning. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 27th chapter, the 26th verse, which many people overlook, especially all those that tell me that they are under the covenant of the law. Because I brings this up all the time. And I done even had brothers and sisters that call themselves being under the covenant of the law, asking me, why am I showing them this if we ain't under the law? And I tell them, I'm showing you this because you said you are. And if you are under the covenant of the law, look what the law says. And the law tells anyone that have eyes and can see, according to the 26th verse, cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the laws, to do them. So you're cursed if you don't confirm all the words of the law, and you will be cursed if you did not confirm where they was to be done. It says, and to do them. So to do them, you will have to know where they are to be done, as we showed in Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. So many of our brothers and sisters look real foolish when they say they're under the covenant of the law but refuse to confirm every word. Because if you truly was under the covenant of the law, you would have been cursing yourselves every time you tell me anything other than what is written. Because you would not be confirming all the words of that law. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Genesis, the 2nd chapter. Genesis, the 2nd chapter. And this is a place that many of our brothers and sisters have been confused with, and it's probably because, no, it's not probably, it is because they lean upon their own understanding. It's because they do not fear Yahweh. And it is because Yahweh have not opened their eyes. Because if we truly turn to Genesis, the 2nd chapter, with open eyes and the Almighty Spirit upon us, we all should see the same thing. There is no way that we can look at this chapter and this verse and read it, and each and every one of us see something different. The only way that is possible, if the Almighty have closed thy eyes, if Yahweh have not put that Spirit upon you to allow you to see what I see. And what I meant by that, and the greatest example I use with that, is with Elijah and Elisha. They walked together. Elisha ministered unto the great prophet Elijah. And when there was a threat, Elisha was not as confident as Elijah. They both called on Yahweh. They both were men of Elohim, but one had a greater spirit than the other. Thus, the one that had the greater spirit seen things that the one that did not have that spirit could see. And the great example and the great wonders of our Creator, it tells us that there was an army in the heavens that only Elijah could see, until he told these things to Elisha. And when the brother Elijah was going to die, Elisha didn't ask for anything but his spirit. Why his spirit? Because it allows you to know that what was on Elijah was not on Elisha. And that's the same thing with us today. There are brothers that the Almighty has placed his spirit on, and we see things that you don't see. And it is only because Yahweh has not opened your eyes nor put that spirit upon you. Because once your eyes are open, once that spirit is planted in you, you will see the same thing. And you will witness the same thing as I have witnessed. Thus it reads in Genesis, the 2nd chapter, the first 3 verses. And it reads, thus the heavens and the earth was finished, and all the host of them. And on the 7th day, Elohim ended his work, which he had made. And he rested 76, 73 in your Hebrew concordance, Sabbath. And he rested on the 7th day from all his work which he had made. And Elohim blessed the 7th day and sanctified it. Why? Why did he bless the 7th day and sanctify it? It reads, because that in it he had rest from all his work, which Elohim created and made. It does not say, and he sanctified it, because in it Israel rested, or because in it whoever was on the earth rested. But it does read, because that in it Yahweh had rest from all his work, which Elohim created and made. And it also allows us to know that there was none that helped the Yahweh in his creation. There's none that have the same fame and glory that Yahweh had for being the Elohim of the heaven and earth and everything therein is. And we just read in this third verse, it didn't say, and Elohim blessed the seventh day and sanctified it because we rest. It says because that in it he had rest from all his work which Elohim created and made. So when you're confused in Genesis, the first chapter, the 26th verse, and you keep asking yourself, who is we? The we is none other than Yahweh. It's just a frame or a matter of speaking. If you read the very next verse, Genesis 1 and 27, it tells you that Yahweh made man himself in the earth. So there's only one creator. You can quit playing with yourself. There's only one creation. The first chapter and the second chapter denotes that creation. There's not two creations, one in Genesis 1 and another creation in Genesis 2. That's only to the foolish man. That's only to the man that don't fear Yahweh and disregard all that Yahweh has said. Because if you are taking heed to all that Yahweh has said, he is telling you over and over and over again that I am Elohim alone and I created and made all. Now, how are you going to ask somebody else? I don't care if it's a bunch of angels or whatever. He's telling you, I did it. I use wisdom. Wisdom don't use me. Wisdom don't set up nothing without me. I'm just telling y'all I used the wisdom. I created it, didn't I? So we see here in these first three verses that the Almighty gave the explanation of making the seventh day holy. And it was because he had finished his work. Well, don't that make sense? Because when he brought the children of Israel under the Sabbath, what did he tell you to do? Make sure you start working after 6 days. That's how you enjoy the Sabbath, by restraining yourself from work. It also tells us, Israel, if we take ourselves to the book of Nehemiah, the 9th chapter, for today's presentation is called the Sabbath. When and how was Yahweh's Sabbath day made known unto the children of Israel? We about to find out. We ain't got to guess. We ain't going to add. We ain't got to take away. All we got to do is confirm and witness every word, and that question is answered in its totality. Nehemiah, the 9th chapter. And it tells us in Nehemiah, the 9th chapter, if we all turn here, please. And I would love to start reading in the book of Nehemiah, the 9th chapter. Starting at the 6th verse. Nehemiah, the 9th chapter. One second. Nehemiah, the 9th chapter, starting at the 6th verse. For we are revealing to the world this day when and how or why was Yahweh's Sabbath day made known unto the children of Israel. And it tells us by way of Nehemiah in the 9th chapter, starting at the 6th verse. And it reads, Thy, even thy, art Yahweh alone. And everywhere we go, it will back up what I have taught dealing with Genesis 1 and 2, for there is only one creator. So no matter where you at in the law or in the testimonies, you will only hear reference of one creator. Thus it reads again in the 6th verse, Thy, even thy art Yahweh alone. Thy has made heaven, the heaven of heavens, with all their hosts, the earth and all things that are therein, the seas and all that is therein, and thy preservest them all. The only reason they are still around is because of Yahweh. Even you and I. And the host of heaven worship thee. Thy art Yahweh thy Elohim, who did choose Abram, and broughtest him forth out of Ur of the Chaldees. And take note of his nativity. Ur of the Chaldees, not Canaan, but Ur of the Chaldees. And the Almighty took that man from Ur of the Chaldees and told him to walk with me, follow me, and he did. And he took his seed. He took Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and his seed into a land called the land of Canaan. Thus it reads, him forth out of Ur of the Chaldees, and gave him the name of Abraham, and founded his heart faithful, dealing with the word believe, finding his heart faithful before thee, and madest a covenant with him to give the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorite, and the Perizzite, and the Jebusite, and the Gershites, to give it, I say, to his seed, and has what? Performed thy words, for thy art righteous. And you can find that covenant being made in Genesis 12, in Genesis 15, and Genesis 17. You can find that covenant being made with Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and his seed. And did see the affliction, please take note, which is also found in this covenant that you will find in Genesis the 15th chapter. The seed being afflicted and what they will receive when they came out of it. And it was none other than the great land of Canaan. Thus it reads in the 9th verse, and did see is the affliction of our fathers in Egypt, and heard us their cry by the Red Sea, and showeth signs and wonders upon Pharaoh, upon all his servants, and upon all the people of his land. For thou knowest that they dealt proudly against them. So did thy get thee a name as it is this day. And it's a great name, but unfortunately, his children want to take that name and fame away from him by saying he have not done it yet. He's going to do it in August 2019, in August 2020, in August 2021. And some of them even saying, well, he didn't do everything in one day, so we might be here another 10 years before he actually deliver us. And that is not the ways of our Creator, nor is that representing the testimonies that you read throughout your scriptures dealing with Yahweh saving the children of Israel out of Egypt. It tells us in the 11th verse, And I did divide the sea before them, so that they went through the midst of the sea on dry land, and their prosecutors thou threw us in the deeps, as a stone into the mighty waters. Not only that, it reads, moreover, thou leddest them in the day by a cloudy pillar, and in the night by a pillar of fire. And let me put emphasis on this for those that think that the Sabbath started at evening to evening. The Almighty is allowing us to know the lights right here. And he's allowing us to know how he led us and how we walked. And note, we didn't walk at night throughout the morning to the next night, but instead we walked in the morning. And if we walked in the night, as Scripture tells us, and in the night by a pillar of fire, to give them light in the way wherein they should go. So in the daytime is when we actually walk, because Yahweh gave us the light, and we just used the cloud. The cloud just stayed over us and led us in the way to go. That's during the light. That's during the first march. That's during the first time we go out. Well, while it's getting dark, the Almighty said, now I appear with a fire. That way you can see. So you teaching today where they started off with the fire until the light came. That is dumb. I don't want to call nobody dumb, but it's backwards in what we're reading, and it's backwards in if you go back in Genesis 1. The light, the earth was dark and void and water on it before any man. Well, what did the Almighty do? He said, well, I'm going to create man and let him walk in the dark. No, it says the first thing was created was light. Why? Well, you can see where you're going and what I'm telling you. So he presented light. He didn't create you in darkness. He created you in light. Light is the first step, Israel. Just for those that don't understand that the Sabbath is in the light. It tells us, Israel, again in the 12th verse, moreover, thou leddest them in the day by a pillar, a cloudy pillar. And I'm going to show this again if we get there. I don't think it's in this presentation. I don't think we're going to Numbers 9. I'll show it another time. But Numbers 9 is also a place that you can read to show how the Almighty used the light first to guide us, to direct us. And then when it got dark, he will use fire for the night. That way you can see wherein thy was walking. Or it tells us in the last sentence of the 12th verse, by a pillar of fire to give them light in the way wherein they should go. It tells us in the 13th verse, thy camest down also upon Mount Sinai, and speak with them from heaven, and gavest them right judgments. Every judgment Yahweh gave us was right. Today you're teaching they wrong. You're teaching that, well, the Almighty gave us that, and he told us to do it wherever we at, but we can't judge here today. Well, you saying that's wrong then. But if you apply everything to the land, guess what? You can judge as it occurred, as he commanded you. Thy camest down also upon Mount Sinai, and speak with them from heaven, and gave them right judgments, and true laws, good statutes, and commandments, and made known. The question is, When and why, or when and how was Yahweh's Sabbath day made known unto the children of Israel? It is telling us when, and it is telling us why. And it told us, as we read in the 14th verse, and made known unto them. But it told us when, and when we read in the 13th verse, when he came down upon Mount Sinai. That's when. Not in the beginning. Not in the days of Abraham, not in the days of Jacob, not in the days of Isaac, but in the day that Yahweh brought Israel out of the land of Egypt, and they were told to come to Mount Sinai. And he speak with them from heaven and gave them right judgments and true laws, good statutes and commandments, and made known unto him or unto them thy holy Sabbath, and commanded them precepts, statutes, laws by the hand of Moses thy servant. So it allowed us to know why and when Yahweh made known the Sabbath unto the children of Israel. And it wasn't in the beginning. It wasn't in the days of Abraham. It wasn't in the days of Jacob. It wasn't in the days of Isaac. But it was truly in the days of the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, when Yahweh remembered the covenant that he made with them and brought them up out of the iron furnace, the place that they found themselves strangers, being servants and afflicted. And it also tells us in this great chapter if we take a look, I'm going to go over in the same chapter. Let's take a quick look in the 33rd verse of the same chapter, Nehemiah 9. And I want to read to the 35th verse. And I am using this understanding to allow you to know that the Sabbath was to be done in the land that you possess. The Almighty did not say one word throughout your entire scripture to the children of Israel about them keeping the Sabbath in another man's land. But he have remodelished or abolished them over and over again about how they did not keep the Sabbath in their land. And that's why I want to read these 3 verses to allow you to know that the Sabbath was only to be done in the land of promise. And every time they messed up with the Sabbath in the land of promise, they was punished because of what they did in the land of promise. Thus it reads in the 33rd verse. Howbeit it, after all what we just read in Nehemiah 9, and how he chose our fathers and made known the Sabbath and the laws and the covenant of the law and all that with us, it says, and later on in retrospect, howbeit it, thy art just in all that is brought upon us. For thy has done right, but we have done wickedly. Where in America it says, neither have our kings, our princes, our priests, nor our fathers kept thy law, nor hearkened unto thy commandments and thy testimonies, wherewith thy deeds testify against them. For they have not served thee in America. I'm mad. Yahweh mad at us because we ain't serving in America. Not according to our fathers. Our fathers are saying, for they have not served thee in their kingdom, and in thy great goodness, which represent your land, that thy gave them, and in the large and fat land which thy gavest before them, neither turned they from their wicked works. So the charge is not against Israel for doing something in another man's land. The charge is against Israel for not doing what they was commanded in their own land. So you would never find where Yahweh said, well, I'm here to judge you because you didn't do this, or you didn't let the land rest in America. You would never find that. You would never be charged with that. But our fathers was charged for not letting the land rest in our land. So to let the land rest, what did the Creator do? He cast you off that land into another man's land. Well, why didn't he just cast you in space? If the Sabbath supposed to be done wherever you at, and all the land's supposed to rest under the Sabbath, then why didn't he cast you in space? Why he cast you to another man's land? Because that land ain't under my Sabbath. Come on, Israel, wake up. You only in another man's land because this land does not denote what was commanded in your own land. They got their own laws. They have their own constitution. They even have their own Sabbath. They call it Sunday. So you are sent here where the land could rest. And you were sent into a land that is not under the covenant of the law. As I used to ask, I don't even ask that question no more, so because it's so elementary. Why isn't this land casting you out? If we supposed to keep the covenant of the law wherever you at, the Sabbath wherever you at, why haven't this land cast you out? You've been in this land, according to your teachings, for 400 years. Why haven't this land cast you out? And not only when you answer that, or try to answer that, make sure you include all the other lands that you find ourselves in. Why haven't they cast you out? But we got a great history and testimonies of the land of Israel casting our fathers out because they did not confirm and do every word. There's only one land, according to history, that has killed people for not keeping the voice of Yahweh. Only one land throughout history. Because Yahweh say what he mean, and he mean what he say. That's why you will only find one land. It also tells us, Israel, if we turn to the book of Exodus, the 16th chapter, when that day actually came upon our fathers and the Sabbath was actually made known to them. Exodus, the 16th chapter. And it tells us what was told to our fathers that was just freed out of the iron furnace in Egypt. And this is the first rendering of what you call the weekly Sabbath. And it is found in Exodus, the 16th chapter, even though in Exodus 12, where it talks about the memorial of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, it allows us to know that those days have two Sabbaths in them also. But I am taking you to the first rendering of what many of you call the weekly Sabbath, and where it was first made known to the children of Israel. And that is none other than Exodus, the 16th chapter. And it tells us in Exodus, the 16th chapter, I'll start at the first verse. And it tells us in the first verse, and I'm not going to start at the first verse due to time restraint. It's already 7 o'clock. Please read the whole chapter. I'm going to pick up on the story at the 12th verse. I'll pick up the story at the 12th verse. Please read, or the 11th verse. Please read the other 10 verses. It allows us to know that Israel was hard-hit in the wilderness. It allows us to know that this was on the 15th day of the second month. We came out of Egypt on the first month. This allows us to know that this was the 15th day of the second month after their departing out of the land of Egypt. I'll pick up at the 11th verse, and it reads, And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak unto them, saying, At even ye shall eat flesh. Evening represent the middle or the end of the day. And even today, you deal with a lot of scientists and dietitians and people like that. They will tell you that it is best to eat the heavy foods in the evening, and you eat the lighter foods in the day, like what they call breakfast and all, and that's usually a lighter food compared to what is fed in the evening. And here it tells us something similar. It allows us to know that meat was given, flesh was given to them. In the evening, it says, At evening ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread. The bread represents the lighter of the two. Being similar to what we eat, you might eat bagels or toast and stuff like that in the morning. That denotes a lighter food, denotes a breakfast food, denotes a food that will be given in the light. As we are reading, it was called bread. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh your Elohim. And it came to pass that at evening the quail came up and covered the camp. And in the morning the dew laid around about the host. And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there laid a small round thing, as small as a hoary frost, on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, It is manna. And that is saying, for they wist not what it was. They didn't know what it was. So it is manna denoted that they didn't know what it was. And Moses said unto them, This is the bread which Yahweh hath given you to eat. This is the thing which Yahweh thy Elohim commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, and armor for every man according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered some more, some less. And when they did measured it with an armor, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moses said, Let no man, please take note. And Moses said, Let no man leave of it until the morning. Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moses. But some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moses was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass, please take note of these instructions. And it came to pass that on the sixth day, not the sixth day at evening, not the sixth evening, it reads, Israel. And it came to pass on the sixth day, they gathered twice as much bread. Now, is this sixth day started evening? And for those that ain't for sure, the clue is they gathered bread. That's the clue. That's how you know it was actually in the morning. That's how you know that this is not written like our brothers trying to teach it, talking about the sixth day. All that is saying is sixth day at evening. If the Almighty wanted to be the sixth day at evening, that's what it would say. It don't say that. And the Almighty would have said you would have ate the bread, or you would have gathered the bread and eat it. That's all he would have to say. And we all will understand that it started at the sixth day and eat it. But instead, it's allowing us to know that the sixth day is the daylight. And you say, how you know that, brother? Because that was the time Israel was commanded to go out and get the bread. Don't forget, they got the meat at evening. So if the day started at the evening, it would have told us that we got the bread at evening. We didn't get the bread at evening, Israel. We received the meat at evening, not the bread. So it continued to tell us in the 21st verse, 22nd verse, and it came to pass that on the sixth day they gathered twice as much. Please take note. The sixth day, not the sixth day evening, but the sixth day in the morning, they gathered twice as much bread. 2 omers for one man, and all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And why are they telling Moses? Because they did not understand what Moses was telling them. And you will also find your answer to that when you read the first 10 verses of the 16th chapter, because in the 6th verse, just to give it to you right quick, in the 5th and 6th verse, it says, and it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather what? Daily, representing the day. And Moses and Aaron said unto all the children of Israel, at even then ye shall know that Yahweh hath brought you out from the land of Egypt. And in what? And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of Yahweh, for that he hears your murmurings against Yahweh. And what are we that ye murmur against us? So it allows us to know that there was a difference between the 6th day and evening and the 6th day morning. And on the 6th day morning, they was to gather twice as much. That way, they would not have to go out, not the 6th day at evening, but not have to go out on the 7th day. Thus, it tells us 2 omers for one man, and all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses, and he said unto them, this is that which Yahweh has said, according to verse 5, 6, and 7. This is that which Yahweh has said. Tomorrow after the 6th day is the 7th day. Not the 7th day evening. Thus it reads, tomorrow is the rest. The same terminology being used in Genesis 2 and Psalms 95 verse 11. And the number again is 7677, Shabbat. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath. And to Yahweh, bake that which ye will bake today. Not this evening, but today. And seest or boil that ye will boil. And that which remains over, please take note. If it started in the day, and you got some remaining over, that's going to take you to the evening and the night, all the way to the morning. And you know what you call that, leftovers. Them leftovers got in there this morning. If you didn't eat it up, it's going to still be in there tomorrow morning. That's going to be a whole day. And it is considered leftovers. Well, here it reads, bake that which you will bake today, and see that you will see, and that which remain over lay up for you to be kept, what? Until the morning. And it let you know from that morning that you got it and prepared it to the next morning represented a whole day. And in between those 2 mornings, what do you have, Israel? An evening. So the day never started at evening. It tells us that don't, and let me just state this, that don't mean you can't do something in the evening, because we do have a feast day that allows us to know that the Sabbath starts in the evening, and that is the Day of Atonement. So that don't mean you can't do nothing. We just establishing the actual Sabbath day was in the morning. When the Almighty got done creating, he wasn't talking in the evening of the 6th day. He was talking the 7th day. He said the 7th day he sanctified, not the 7th day at evening, Israel. Because if that was true, then the day would have been over with. So it says the 7th day he made holy and sanctified, not the 7th day at evening. But if you're teaching that the day started evening, he would have had to say the 7th day at evening. It does not say that. It says the 7th day. And here it says until the morning. The 24th verse reads, and they laid it up until the morning, like he said, as Moses blazed. And it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moses said, eat that today. For today, not today at evening, but today is a Sabbath. And to Yahweh, today ye shall not find it in the field. And don't forget, they wasn't looking for it at evening. It was never commanded to look for it at evening, not the bread. The bread was only seen in the daylight, Israel. So your day denoted that bread, which was in the morning, the light. Thus, let me read this 25th verse again. And Moses said, eat that today, for today is a Sabbath unto Yahweh. Today ye shall not find it in the field, and cause you don't supposed to go out. This is the day you rest. That's why you received a double portion the 6th day. And mind you, I would love anyone to show me that they have been a recipient of a double portion all the days of their life in this defiled land, in the land of your enemies, preparing for the Sabbath day. I see people putting up posters talking about they preparing, where it says your preparing was for 2 days. It tells us also, Israel, in the 26th verse, 6 days 6 days ye shall gather it. 6 days, 6 working days, during the daylight, ye shall gather it. But on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, there it is, plain and simple. The 7th day is the Sabbath. Now let's stop. We got people teaching that the day start from evening to evening. If that's the case, the 7th day starts at evening. And you're going to miss the Sabbath. It tells us, 6 days ye shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, in that whole day, there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day, just like our brothers and sisters today. We tell them there ain't no Sabbath today, but they're going to go out and make a Sabbath anyway. Thus it reads, and it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none, because they are on the wrong day, at the wrong time, and not paying any attention to the instructions. And Yahweh said unto Moses, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my law? And how are they refusing to keep Yahweh's commandments and his law? By doing it any other way than he has commanded. See, for that Yahweh have given you, here it is, and he's telling you why. See, for Yahweh have given you the Sabbath. Therefore, the reason why he give you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. Now, he ain't said nothing about no 6th day evening. He said on the 7th day. And we had people worried about being at work and all that because they didn't get off until late at night, 9 and 10 and 12 o'clock. And we had teachers and Marays making excuses for them when there would have been no excuse if you were truly under the Sabbath. You was only supposed to come out after the 7th day. The Sabbath started at the 7th day. So you wasn't in trouble, or you ain't in trouble at all because you're not under the covenant, but being taught that you were under the covenant, working at hospitals and all that, getting off late, you was not in trouble because you were not under the Sabbath at all. But my point is dealing with the 6th day at evening, with you being working on the 6th day at evening, you would have not been in defilement of the Sabbath. And you say, well, why not? Because the daylight have not came upon you. It was not the 7th day. You was working the 6th day at evening, not the 7th day. So if you were in the land and these things was happening, long as you would have made it in your place of rest, by the 7th day, you were good because it would have been considered the 6th day at evening, not the 7th day. The command is the 7th day. The command is not to go out on the 7th day. In closing, the 29th and 30th verse reads again, see, for that Yahweh have given you the Sabbath. Therefore he give you on the 6th day, not the 6th day evening, but the actual daylight, the 6th day, the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. So the people in obedience rest on the 7th day, not the 6th day evening to the 7th day evening. That is not written, nor is any testimonies for that dealing with the so-called weekly Sabbath. But there are many testimonies showing that the people rest on the seventh day. Also, it was made known to us on Mount Sinai according to Exodus 20. If we turn there, please. Exodus 20. And it tells us in Exodus 20, starting at the 8th verse, and it reads, remember the Sabbath day. And in your remembering, you got to remember when it starts. How are you going to remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy and you don't even know when it starts? Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days. 6 days shall thou labor and do all thy work. You got that whole day to do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In that 7th day, thou shalt not do any work, thy nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. Also denoting that the Sabbath was only done in your land. For in 6 days Yahweh made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore, or the reason why, Yahweh blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. It also tells us in the book of Exodus, making the Sabbath known to the children of Israel, if we turn our scriptures to the 31st chapter. The 31st chapter of Exodus. And it tells us in the 31st chapter of Exodus, if we start at the 12th verse. Exodus, the 31st chapter, starting at the 12th verse, and it reads, and Yahweh speak, this is the Almighty speaking, and Yahweh speak unto Moses, saying, speak thy also unto the children of Israel. And look what he had to tell the children of Israel. Verily, my Sabbaths. Is he just talking about the weekly Sabbath? Or is he talking about all the Sabbaths that they had to be taught about? And it is speaking about all the Sabbaths. And the way you know that is the way it is written. It is written with an S, which denote more than one Sabbath. Thus it reads, verily my Sabbaths ye shall keep. And we have what is known today, or commonly known as the weekly Sabbath. And we have a Sabbath with just about every one of the feast days. And what is the Sabbath again, Israel? It is defined by restraining oneself. And when we look at the feast days, you can find that many of the feast days have restraining days attached to it. And they are known as a Sabbath. Even dealing with the Day of Atonement, it is known as the High Sabbath, because this supposed to have been the time that Yahweh appeared in the holies of holies in the temple by way of a cloud. The point is, it has a Sabbath attached. Thus, we read in the 13th verse with understanding. Speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, verily my Sabbaths ye shall keep, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am Yahweh that does sanctify you. And this is a beautiful witness, because this verse allows us to know if you are actually under it or not. Because if you was, there will be a sign among you or upon you. And I have asked many people that say they are under the Sabbath, what is the sign? First, they didn't even know what the sign was until I told them. And then once I told them, my question is, well, that sign is not among you, because the sign didn't know that Yahweh has sanctified you. How in the heck you going to be sanctified being in the midst of the enemy? How in the heck? Don't forget what Yahweh did. He sanctified the 7th day from the 6 days. So if you saying that the sign is upon you and you sanctified, why are you in the midst of the heathen, in the midst of defilement? What are you sanctified from? Is your brother question. Nobody can show me the sign of the Sabbath today. I don't care what nation you from. I don't care what religion you under. None of you can show us the sign of the Sabbath. And it is only because you find yourself in the land of your enemies, and Yahweh have not saved you nor sanctified you yet. That's why you can never show me. You will be able to show me today that we are delivered. You'll be able to show me the day we are redeemed. You'll be able to show me the day we find ourselves in the wilderness going under the bond of the covenant. But before then, you will never be able to show your brother the sign of the covenant or the sign of the Sabbath. So that should really be the end of the matter. I don't know why we give these brothers and sisters so much room. They done showed 5, 6 different errors, and we still allow them to keep on trying to show us. They already showed us they don't know. When they showed you the first 4 or 5 answers that was wrong. They already showed you they don't know. But we will give them more and more time. But the scripture tells us that ain't wisdom. The scripture tells us don't allow a man to be wise in his own conceit. And we do. But that ain't wisdom. The 14th verse reads, ye shall keep the Sabbath, therefore, because there's a sign dealing with the Sabbath, and because Yahweh has sanctified you. Well, not today. Ye shall keep the Sabbath, therefore, for it is holy unto you. Everyone that defile it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever does any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. And when it says that, you don't have to worry about that much, because you are already cut off. Why you think you scattered on the 4 corners of the earth if you're not cut off? Why you think the remembrance of you have ceased if you are not cut off? Why you think you call yourself Israel, Yehuda, Benjamin, Zebulun, Levi, and all these things today without a record of genealogy if you are not cut off? And what is it that you are cut off from. The great congregation, the right congregation. We all are cut off. The Almighty got to bring us back. And once we are all gathered back, we become that great congregation. And then you start getting cut off from that. Just for an example of that is when Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses. Well, she didn't get cut off, but she was punished. And her punishment caused her to be banished away from us for 7 days. So she had to go outside the camp from the righteous congregation to suffer her punishment. After her punishment, she returned back to the righteous congregation, and then we marched. We didn't march while our sister was being punished. We stood still for 7 days until she received her punishment. She came back in the camp. She greeted as one of us again, and we marched. So to be cut off from the people, we all cut off. Because there is no, think of it this way. It says that you should be cut off. Cut off from who? You got some people that's under the covenant of the law, keeping the almighty word in the land? No, you don't. So we all are cut off. If we had a great big group of people in the land that was keeping the laws, then that would have been the great congregation. And the other people that found themselves in the other man's land would have been cut off until Yahweh showed them mercy and brought them back. Today, we all are cut off, which is another proof you are not under the Sabbath nor the covenant of the law. So one more time, the 14th verse reads, ye shall keep the Sabbath therefore, for it is holy unto you. Everyone that defile it shall surely be put to death. And I hear people, oh, I love Yahweh. Ain't nobody going to tell me how to serve him, and I can't serve him. You mean I can't honor him? I'm going to always honor him. Well, it says, whoso does any work therein, that soul should be cut off from among his people. And before that, it says, he should surely be put to death. You love the Almighty that much that you're going to obey this? And so far, every one of you have been a liar, because ain't none of y'all done this. So you don't love him that much. To love him, the scripture says in Psalm 15, where it talk about who shall approach the Almighty. And let me get there, because I don't want to quote this wrong, because it means so much. And many of y'all don't understand these scriptures anyway, so I need to quote them as it is written. Psalm 15 tell us real quick. I just want to deal one verse. Psalm 15 tell us right quick. I think it's Psalm 15 tell us real quick in the 4th verse. In whose eyes a veiled person is contended, but he honors them that fear Yahweh. He that swear to his own hurt and change not. Now, you swear you love Yahweh? Because if you do, you will swear to your own hurt. So that means you will execute them judgments. But you ain't that foolish, because you know in the deep part of your heart you are walking in your own imagination. That's why you will never go out and execute this judgment. But the Almighty said in this psalm, who shall abide in thy tabernacle? Who shall dwell in thy holy hills? And it said, he that walk uprightly and work righteousness and speak the truth in his heart. That ain't you. That's why you would never execute one of those judgments, even though you keep on talking about Shabbat Shalom. It also tells us in Exodus 31, Israel, if we take a look at the 15th verse and the 16th verse, and it reads, 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest, holy to Yahweh. Whosoever does any work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. So I know my brothers and sisters just perpetrating a fraud. I know they don't really believe that they are the holy Israelites, because if they did, they would truly execute the judgments. The 16th verse reads, wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations for a perpetual covenant. And my brothers and sisters love to bring up these two words, perpetual covenant. Well, when you bring them up, please tie verse 14 and 15 with them. When you bring forth your understanding of perpetual covenant, please bring it with the verse 14 and 15, where it says, he shall surely be put to death. Other than that, you just faking. You just perpetrating a fraud. The 17th verse reads, it is a sign, as your brother have shown you, between me and the children of Israel forever. For in 6 days Yahweh made heaven and earth, and on the 7th day he rested and was refreshed. And he gave it to Moses when he had made an end of communing with him upon Mount Sinai 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone, written with the finger of Elohim. And it said, he that defiled the Sabbath day shall die. There is no exceptions except the exception you have made up, and that's being in your enemy's land, reenacting the Sabbath. It also tells us one more place while we in the book of Exodus, as our fathers found themselves in the wilderness, and that is found in the 35th chapter of Exodus. The first 3 verses. 35th chapter of Exodus, the first 3 verses, showing about the Sabbath, when and why and how was Israel, or how the Yahweh Sabbath was made known unto the children of Israel. And we are continuing on. We're about finished, but we are continuing on. And it tells us and allows us to answer that question by way of Exodus, the 35th chapter, the first 3 verses. And it reads, and Moses gathered all the congregation of the children of Israel together. So they all knew the same thing. They all heard the same thing. And said unto them, these are the words which Yahweh hath commanded that ye should do them. And we know where they were supposed to be done, in the place that you possess. 6 days shall work be done. But on the 7th day there shall be to you an holy day, a Sabbath of rest to Yahweh. Whosoever does work therein shall be put to death. And these words, even though all the people was gathered together, these regulations of the Sabbath was given to the people that was going to be building on the temple. These people building the holy temple and all that. And the Almighty wanted them to know, I don't care what work you are doing, on the Sabbath it must cease, even if you building my temple. Because if you read the 4th verse throughout, you will find the instructions of collecting and building the temple. Thus it tells us in the 3rd verse, ye shall kindle no fire throughout your habitation upon the Sabbath day. And with our brothers and sisters leaning upon their own heart and walking in their own counsel. We used to have conversations in classes, in these congregations, in these synagogues, in these sanctuaries, in these classes about, well, can we cook with a microwave? Is the white microwave known as fire? And you were only asking these questions because of the darkness you in. Because you're not under the covenant of the law. Because you don't have a true man to teach you, thus said Yahweh. So you was asking crazy. They was crazy because once you understood that you was never under it, they were crazy questions. Can we cook on the Sabbath day in a microwave? You think the Almighty would have told us under the covenant of the law to keep the Sabbath day and we were not to kindle any fire and leave you blind to the matter about a microwave? The only reason you asking questions like that because of the darkness, because of what your teachers and them have taught you. So they had you believing that you were under it. Now your conscience is messing with you and you're like, well, hold on. Well, maybe we can do it with a microwave. Maybe I can cook something with a candle. Whatever the craziness that is coming in your mind, because it don't go with reality. It don't go with under the society that you find yourself in today. Just like the Feast of Unleavened Bread. We got people swearing down they keeping those feasts, walking around with fringes on and looking at bread every day. But the law of the Feast of Unleavened Bread says there shall be no leaven seen. But how you keeping it, but you see it. You go to Kroger's, you go to grocery store, you see it. You go to your friends or relatives' house, you see it. You go to work, you see it. And you're going to teach that you're keeping the law? Same way with the Sabbath, Israel. They ain't keeping nothing but the words of their mouth. That's it. Also, if we take a look in the book of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the first 3 verses. Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the first 3 verses. By the law and by the testimony. We done went 2, 3 books of the law, and they all saying the same thing. Thus, it tells us again in the book of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the very first verse tells us, and Yahweh speak into Moses, saying, speak into the children of Israel, and say unto them concerning the feasts of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations. Even these are my feasts. The 3rd verse reads, and that will be all that I will read. 6 days shall work be done, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest and holy convocation. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of Yahweh in all your dwellings. And by now, we all should know where all Israel dwellings pertained. And it was none other than the land of Canaan. It was none other than the land that they possessed. Also, if we take a look in the book of Deuteronomy, 40 years later, let's see, do Yahweh change based on time? Here it is 40 years later. Do he change? Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, please. 40 years later, after what you just heard in Exodus, the 31st chapter, about the sign, about those that are supposed to die, 40 years later, it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, starting at the 12th verse to the 15th verse, and it reads, keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it, as Yahweh thy Elohim hath commanded thee. And this is how you keep it. 6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In that 7th day, thou shalt not do any work. Thy, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy ox, nor thy ass, nor any of thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates, that thy manservant and thy maidservant may rest as well as thou. Why is this spoken? Because you must remember that you was just in Egypt, which was known as the iron furnace. You was under rigorous servitude. There was no rest given to you. You worked it every day of the week. And your Creator saved you out of servitude and affliction. And as we read in the book of Nehemiah, the 9th chapter, starting at the 6th verse, he made known the Sabbath unto thee and allowed you to rest. And when he made known the Sabbath unto thee, as he is making known the Sabbath to our fathers in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, the 12th to the 15th verse, he told them that you was to allow not just yourself. See, to keep the Sabbath, you got to keep it. Especially being the head of the household, you got to keep it. You got to keep it. You got to make sure your wife keep it. You got to make sure your son keep it. You got to make sure your daughter keep it. You got to make sure all your animals keep it. You got to make sure all your servants keep it, and the stranger. You in charge. That's what it means to keep. But we teach today, I'm keeping the Sabbath, but my son at work. I'm keeping the Sabbath, but my daughter at work. I'm keeping the Sabbath. I ain't even want to say the animals, because many of y'all ain't got no animals anyway. But if you did have some animals, they working. And we definitely don't want to bring up the stranger, because you can't tell them nothing. Why not? Because you are the stranger. So that's a great proof to show without a shadow of a doubt you are not under the Sabbath today. And it continues to tell us in this great chapter, if we read in the 15th verse. And remember that thou was a servant in the land of Egypt, and that Yahweh thy Elohim brought thee out thence through a mighty hand. He had to fight them to get you out. Through a mighty hand and by a stretched out arm. He fought for you to get out. He redeemed thee. He told you to stand still and watch the salvation of Yahweh. And after he did that, it says, therefore, Yahweh thy Elohim command thee to keep the Sabbath day. Do y'all get that? He fought. He showed his strength and his might and his wonder to get you out, to allow you to rest. And today, we need his might, his fight, his salvation to get us out to rest. And we teaching that we already rest. Without the fight, without Yahweh redemption, without Yahweh's salvation, without Yahweh's mighty arm, without his strength, without his mighty hand, we already under the Sabbath. Ain't that something? And that goes nothing with the testimonies that you find throughout your scripture. And the only reason it don't, because it's not true. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Numbers, because many of our brothers and sisters do not know when it says, he that defiled the Sabbath day shall die, that he shall die by the hand of you and I. Many of y'all don't know that, or you just overlooking it because you don't want to acknowledge the truth. But it allows us to know that when we read those many places, he that defiled the Sabbath day shall die, you are the killer, not the murderer, because he's not innocent, but you are the killer. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Numbers, the 15th chapter, to allow us to know when and why Yahweh made known his Sabbath unto the children of Israel. And it tells us in Numbers, the 15th chapter, after Yahweh had already told Israel in Exodus, throughout Exodus, about the Sabbath, it allows us to know that the temptation was real in the wilderness. For it tells us in the 32nd verse of Numbers, if we turn there, please, that the temptation and the rebellion and the strife was real, because they forgot quickly what their Creator have said and done. Thus, it tells us in the 32nd verse, and while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks on the Sabbath day, the seventh day. And they that found him gathering sticks brought him into Moses and Aaron and into all the congregation. And they put him inward, because it was not declared what should be done to him. And Yahweh said, he declared it. Y'all didn't get it? It says, and Yahweh said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death. I don't even know why you're coming back to me. The man shall be surely put to death. All the congregation shall stone him. And maybe that's what it meant. Maybe they didn't know that all the congregation was to kill him. Maybe they heard what Moses said in Exodus 31, but he didn't say who was the killer. Now Moses got to explain who was doing the killing once Yahweh told him to go tell them, all y'all got to kill him. Thus it reads in the 35th verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp, not inside the camp, but outside the camp. And all the congregation brought him without the camp and stoned him with stones. And he died as Yahweh commanded Moses. Not according to the word of Moses, but as Yahweh commanded Moses. That man died. So would you. And so would you judge your brother and sister if you were under the covenant of the law or the Sabbath this day. But you're not. It also tells us how Israel desecrated the Sabbath, being disobedient. If we turn our scriptures real quick to the book of Ezekiel, the book of Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. The book of Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. And it tells us in the book of Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, the same thing. For the Bible, your holy scriptures, is redundant. It goes over and over the same thing because there is only one truth. And our fathers forsook to take heed to that one truth. So you find where our fathers was warned over and over again about the same things. Thus, it tells us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. And if we start reading at the 3rd verse, and it reads, Son of man, speak unto the elders of Israel, and say unto them, Thus said Yahweh Elohim, Are ye come to inquire of me? As I live, said Yahweh, and many of our brothers ain't even inquiring of Yahweh, they're inquiring of everybody else. They all in the New Testament and every other book. But here it says, Thus said Yahweh, Are ye come to inquire of me? As I live, said Yahweh Elohim, I will not be inquired of by you. And maybe that's why. Maybe the Almighty ain't put the Spirit on them to just inquire Him, just to study and seek and read their Holy Scripture. He might have a Spirit on them where they everywhere in the world, because He will not allow them to inquire Him. It tells us in the 4th verse, Will thou judge them, son of man? Will thou judge them? Cause them to know the abomination of their fathers, and say unto them, Thus said Yahweh Elohim, in the day when I choose Israel, and lift up my hand into the seed of the house of Jacob, and made myself known unto them in the land of Egypt. And how did you do that? When I lift up my hand to them, saying, I am Yahweh your Elohim. In the day that I lift up my hand unto them to bring them forth of the land of Egypt into a land that I spied for them, flowing with milk and honey, which is Israel, the glory of all lands. Then said I unto them, Cast you away every man the abomination of his eyes, and defile not yourselves with the idols of Egypt. I am Yahweh your Elohim. But they refused, but they rebelled against me, and would not hearken unto me. They did not every man cast away the abomination of their eyes, neither did they forsake the idols of Egypt. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them, to accomplish my anger against them in the midst of the land of Egypt. But I wrought for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted before the heathen, among whom they were, in whose sight I made myself known unto them, in bringing them forth out of the land of Egypt. Wherefore I caused them to go forth of the land of Egypt, and brought them into the wilderness. And I gave them my statutes, and showed them my judgments, which if a man do, he shall even live therein. So if you are truly under the Sabbath, you must be under the judgment. The 12th verse reads, Moreover, also I gave them my Sabbaths to be a sign between me and them, that they might know that I am Yahweh that sanctified them. Let's stop. What is the sign of the Sabbath? If you are under the Sabbath, wouldn't it denote that you are sanctified? Well, you ain't under the Sabbath, because nothing that you do in this land denotes that you are sanctified. Nothing. This is a great proof that you're not under the Sabbath. It tells us, Israel, in the 13th verse, But the house of Israel rebelled, as they are doing today, against me in the wilderness. They walk not in my statutes. They despise my judgments, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. And my Sabbaths, they greatly polluted. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them in the wilderness to consume them. But I wrath for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted before the heathen, in whose sight I brought them out. Yet also I lift up my hand unto them in the wilderness, that I would not bring them, please take note, into the land which I had given them. And what was that land called? According to Psalms 95, verse 11, rest. So here in the 15th verse it says, yet also I lift up my hand unto them in the wilderness, that I would not bring them into the land which I had given them, flowing with milk and honey, which is Israel, the glory of all lands. And just knowing that the promised land is the glory of all lands should be more than enough understanding to know that Israel never kept the Sabbath outside the land. The Sabbath always was done inside the land. All the Sabbaths. For their heart went after their idols. The last sentence of 16 to 17 verse says, nevertheless, my eyes spared them from destroying them. Neither did I make an end of them in the wilderness. But I said unto their children, in the wilderness, walk ye not in the statutes of your fathers, neither observe their judgments, nor defile yourself with their idols. I am Yahweh your Elohim. Walk in my statutes and keep my judgments and do them. Not keep my judgments, not read about my judgments and don't do them, but keep my judgments and do them. And hallow, sanctify, consecrate, make holy my Sabbaths, and they shall be a sign between me and you, that ye may know. See, today you don't know, nor can you prove it, that I am Yahweh your Elohim. It also tells us if we take a look it's 8 o'clock. If we take a look in the book of Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, I'm showing where it was made known. Now I'm showing that which was made known was desecrated, how Israel desecrated the Sabbaths, and what befalled Israel for desecrating the Sabbath. So we will end with what the punishment for desecrating the Sabbath. And we just about there. Let's go to Jeremiah, the 17th chapter right quick. Jeremiah, the 17th chapter. And in Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, we find these same words taught or told to the head of the house, or should I have said to the kings of the house. And they are warned with the same words. And it tells us in the 17th chapter of Jeremiah, and I'll start at the 19th verse. And it tells us in the 19th verse of Jeremiah, the 17th chapter. And it reads, thus said Yahweh unto me, go and stand in the gates of the children of the people, whereby the kings of Yehuda come in, and by the which they go out, and in all the gates of Jerusalem. And say unto them, hear ye the word of Yahweh, ye kings of Yehuda, and all Yehuda, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem that enter in by these gates. Thus said Yahweh, and please take note where they at. Please, thus said Yahweh, take heed to yourselves, and bear no burden on the Sabbath day, nor bring it in by the gate of Jerusalem. neither carry forth a burden out of your houses on the Sabbath day. Neither do ye any work, but hallow ye the Sabbath day, as I commanded your fathers. But they obeyed not, neither inclined their ear, but made their necks stiff, that they might not hear, nor receive instruction. And it came to pass, if you diligently hearken unto me, said Yahweh, to bring in no burden through the gates of this city on the Sabbath day, but hallow the Sabbath day, to do no work therein, then shall there enter into the gates of this city kings and princes, sitting upon the throne of David, riding in chariots and on horses, they and their princes, the men of Yehuda, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And this city shall remain forever. And we know they did not. Thus he continued to read, and they came, and there shall come from the cities of Yehuda, and from the places about Jerusalem, and from the land of Ben. Look where they're coming from. And from the plains, and from the mountains, and from the south, bringing burnt offerings, and sacrifice, and meat offerings, and incense, and bringing sacrifices of praises into the house of Yahweh. But if ye will not hearken unto me, to hallow the Sabbath day, and not to bear a burden, even entering in at the gates of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, then will I kindle a fire in the gates thereof, and it shall devour the palace of Jerusalem, and it shall not be cleansed. Well, that's exactly what happened. Let us turn our scriptures to 2 Chronicles. Second Chronicles, 1 minute. I think it's the 30th chapter. It might be First Chronicle. 1 second. Let me get there first. Yes, it's First Chronicles. Sorry about that. First Chronicles. Second Chronicles 30, dealing with Jehoshaphat now, or Hezekiah now. We want First Chronicles. That ain't right. Sorry about that. Can't believe it slipped my mind like that. Let's try Second Chronicles 36. Sorry about that, Israel. Second Chronicles 36. Most times it be right on the top of my head. Second Chronicles, the 36th chapter. And I want to read the 21st verse. And it reads, to fulfill the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah, until the land had enjoyed her Sabbaths. For as long as she lie desolate, she kept Sabbath, to fulfill 70 years. And these 70 years denote nothing else but the Babylonian captivity. And the Almighty allowed us to know, as we read in the book of Ezekiel, that they desecrated his Sabbaths. There was none of his counsel, so his wrath came upon them. And this wrath denoted that Israel would be without their land, without their Creator, and without the Holy Sabbath, to fulfill 70 years. So they was without the Sabbath for 70 years until Yahweh came to Babylon and delivered them out of Babylon. Once that was done, we have testimony in the book of Ezra, Nehemiah, the book of Haggai, where Israel were back under the Sabbath. Not just the weekly Sabbath, but all the Sabbaths that came with the feast days. So it shows we have no testimony of Israel keeping the Sabbath when they are outside the land. But every time they re-enter the land, we can show throughout they were keeping the Sabbath. And to go with this 21st verse, let us turn our scripture back to the book of the law, the book of Leviticus, the 26th chapter. The book of Leviticus, the 26th chapter, which is the last chapter of Leviticus. Or next to last is 27 chapters. And it tells us in Leviticus, the 34th verse, if we all turn there, please. Be noting what we just read in 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter, the 21st verse. And it tells us in the 34th verse of Leviticus, the 26th chapter, then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths, as long as it lie desolate. Desolate means without you. And ye be in your enemy's land. There goes another example of the land resting and enjoying her Sabbath. First, it will be desolate, and you will be in your enemy's land. So it's allowing us to know, just in this 34th verse, that the land need to keep the Sabbath. But before the land can keep the Sabbath, it's going to be desolate, and you're going to be off of it, being in the enemy's land. Well, let's start, because we're trying to get understanding about the Sabbath. And we're trying to find out, can we keep the Sabbath or not? Well, it just let us know that the land couldn't even keep the Sabbath without your butt being put off of it. But mind you, the land didn't move. The land is still in its geographical location. The only thing moved was the people. And you got the audacity to teach that when you move, you can keep the Sabbath wherever you at. That is ridiculous. Because the Almighty is showing us how the land kept the Sabbath. And it didn't move. But the only way it was going to keep the Sabbath, you had to move. You had to get evicted. And once you got evicted, those 70 years, the scripture tells us the land didn't just keep the Sabbath, it enjoyed it. So be with me now. I need you to stay with me. I need you to read these words. It tells us in the 35th verse, to back up what I just said, as long as it lie desolate, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Sabbaths. And it's talking about all of them. Got an S. It's plural, not singular. When ye, and look when it happened, the Almighty ain't never talking about how you kept the Sabbath outside the land. But we find many scriptures throughout our holy scriptures dealing with how Israel did or did not keep the Sabbath when they dwelt upon it. It's all about the land. All that we was commanded to do, we was commanded to be done in that land. The Thus you read again in the 35th verse, as long as it lie desolate, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Sabbaths when ye dwelt upon it. See, today, if you say you keeping the Sabbath, guess what? The land still rests because you ain't on it. So you can't be keeping the Sabbath, not the Sabbath that denotes the land, because you ain't even on the land. But you constantly saying you keeping the Sabbath. And the Almighty constantly showing you where the land keeping it, and you ain't on it. And I didn't send you to go somewhere else to keep the Sabbath. I sent you to punish you for not keeping the Sabbath in your land. And then the final verse that's in this chapter is the 43rd verse. And it reads, the land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, while she lie desolate without them. And they, please take note where you at though. And it allows you to know you ain't under it, because it allows you to know that you find yourself in a funky situation, which is called another man's land, being servants and afflicted. Thus the 43rd verse reads, the land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbath, while she lie desolate without them, and they shall accept of their punishment of the iniquity, even because they despise my judgments, and because they sold or whored my statutes. So you think Yahweh gave you the Sabbath in the land of your enemies after he charged you for despising his judgments and abhorring his statutes? Be for real, Israel. And then it allows us to know, after the Babylonian captivity, these things was given back to our fathers to govern themselves up under the covenant of the law. And if we turn back to the book of Nehemiah, the 13th chapter, we can find a testimony of those things. Nehemiah, the 13th chapter. This is after the Babylonian captivity. This is after the expected end. This is after the 10 years, the 70 years. But during the 70 years, they were not keeping the Sabbath. But after the 70 years, after salvation came, we find that they are keeping the Sabbath as it was commanded. And I would like to show that in the 13th chapter. I can also show it in the 10th chapter of Nehemiah. But I'll prefer to use the 13th chapter. And it tells us in the 13th chapter, if we start reading at the 14th verse. And it reads, remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this, and wipe not out my good deeds that I have done for the house of my Elohim and for the office thereof. In those days saw I in Yehuda some treading wine presses on the Sabbath, and bringing in sheaves and lading asses, as also wine, grapes, and figs, and all manner of burdens, which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And we just read about that in Jeremiah 17. And I testified against them in the day wherein they sold victuals. There dwelt men Attai also therein, which brought fish and all manner of ware, and sold on the Sabbath unto the children of Yehuda and Jerusalem. And mind you, this is dealing with when the children of Israel got back in the land. And Nehemiah had to come and reform them to make sure they were doing all that which was right. Well, today we got people teaching they under the Sabbath. And they sell all manner of wear. They sell fringes. They sell everything. But you under the Sabbath. It reads, Israel, in the 17th verse. Then I contend with the nobles of Yehuda, and said unto them, the nobles is the heads, it's the governors, it's the people running the houses in the office. Because we need you to wake up. That way you can keep the Sabbath. And when you keep the Sabbath, mind you, it ain't just you. It's your wife, it's your son, it's your daughter, it's your animals, it's your manservant, your maidservant, and the stranger. So it tells you, what evil thing is this that ye do and profane the Sabbath day? Did not your fathers thus, and did not our Elohim bring all this evil upon us and upon this city? Yet ye bring more wrath upon Israel by profaning the Sabbath. And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath, I commanded that the gates should be shut, and charged that they should not be opened till after the Sabbath. And some of my servants I set at the gates. This is how you keep the Sabbath, that there should no burden be brought in on the Sabbath day. So the merchants and sellers of all kind of ware lodged about without Jerusalem once or twice. Then I testified against them and said unto them, why lodge ye about the wall? If you do so again, I will lay hands on you. This is how you keep the Sabbath. From that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath. And I commanded the Levites that they should cleanse themselves, and that they should come and what? Keep the gate. To do what? To sanctify the Sabbath day. Remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this also, and spare me according to the greatness of thy mercy. It also tells us dealing with this desecration that our fathers did toward the Sabbath. I will show some of the things that Yahweh said, and then we'll go ahead and end the presentation. But before we do, let us turn our scriptures to let's go to Ezekiel 22. Ezekiel 22. Ezekiel 22. And it tells us in Ezekiel, the 22nd chapter, real quick, dealing with the sins of Jerusalem, allowing us to know that they continue to desecrate. And we just seen what is kind of out of order, because I should have had this right with the Babylonians during the Babylonian time. But I'm bringing it forth now. Ezekiel 22 is another place showing how Israel desecrated the Sabbath, and the Sabbath was made cease. Ezekiel 22, verse 25. And it tells us in the 25th verse and the 26th verse, and it reads, there is a conspiracy of her prophets in the midst thereof, like a roaring lion raving the prey. They have devoured souls. They have taken the treasure and precious things. They have made her many widows in the midst thereof. Her priests have violated my law, and have profaned my holy things, even the Sabbath. They have put no difference, like today, they have put no difference between the holy and profane, neither have they shown difference between the unclean and the clean, like we do each and every week, and have hid their eyes from my Sabbaths. I am profaned among them, but you under the Sabbath. It also tells us, dealing with an eschatological view of the Sabbath, and this eschatological view is a view of the last days. If we turn our scriptures to the 44th chapter of Ezekiel, the 44th chapter of Ezekiel, giving an eschatological view of the Sabbath being done only in the place where it was commanded to be done. Let us turn our scriptures to Ezekiel, the 44th chapter. And it tells us in Ezekiel, the 44th chapter, if we take a look at the 23rd and 24th verse, and it reads, and they shall teach my people the difference between the holy and profane, and cause them to discern between the unclean and the clean. And in controversy they shall stand in judgment, and they shall judge it according to my judgments, and they shall keep my law and my statutes and all my assemblies, and they shall hallow my Sabbaths. Well, this is done eschatologically if we turn our scriptures to Isaiah, the 56th chapter. Isaiah, the 56th chapter. And it tells us in Isaiah, the 56th chapter, the first 8 verses. Isaiah, the 56th chapter, the first 8 verses. And it reads, and this is eschatologically speaking, this is an eschatological view of Ezekiel 44, and Isaiah 56 and 58 is the eschatological view. Thus it reads in Isaiah 56, thus said Yahweh, keep ye judgment and do justice, for my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed. Blessed is the man that does this, and the Son of Man that lay hold upon it, that keep the Sabbath from polluting it, and keep his hands from doing any evil. Neither let the son of the stranger, please take note, and who is the stranger and where would he be? Our strangers is known as one that sojourned among us, not one in another country. It says, neither let the son of the stranger that have joined himself to Yahweh speak, saying, Yahweh have utterly separated me from his people. Neither let the eunuch say, behold, I am a dry tree. For thus said Yahweh unto the eunuch, that keep my Sabbaths, and choose the thing that please me, and take hold of my covenant. Please take note, if you're under the Sabbath, you're under the covenant. Even unto them will I give in my house, and within my walls. Please take note, a place and a name better than of sons and of daughters. I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off. Also the son of the stranger that joined themselves to Yahweh, to serve him, to love the name of Yahweh, to be his servants, everyone that keep the Sabbath from polluting it, and take hold of my covenant. Even them will I bring to my holy mountain. and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices shall be accepted upon my altar. For my house shall be called, and please take note, his house, and where the house at? In the land of Canaan. My house shall be called an house of prayer for all people. Yahweh Elohim, which gathers the outcast. Please take note. These people are being gathered. They ain't doing it outside. They're being gathered to do it. It says Yahweh Elohim, which gathered the outcasts of Israel, said, yet will I gather others to him besides those that are gathered into him. So it allows us to know whoever going to be keeping it, whoever gathered to us, they coming back with us, because that's where we going. We ain't staying here. We ain't staying in the other places practicing the Sabbath. That ain't what this is talking about. This is talking about the people returning back, keeping the Sabbath, and of such great name being put upon them. As it also speaks in the 58th chapter of Isaiah. And I'll just read these two verses, the 13th and the 14th verse. For it reads, if thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasures on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, the holy of Yahweh honorable, and shall honor him, not doing thy own way. And doing your own way is, he that defiled the Sabbath day shall die, and you don't kill him. That's your own way. Not doing thy own ways, nor finding thy own pleasure, nor speaking thy own words. Then shalt thou delight thyself in Yahweh, and I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob, thy father, for the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it. Due to time restraint, we're going to go ahead and end the presentation on that great note, allowing us to know about the eschatological view of the people that will keep the Sabbath days and the latter days. I had a few more scriptures I was going to show, showing that the Sabbath is ceased. And many of us know those scriptures, Hosea 2 and 11, Isaiah 1, 12 to 14, Lamentation 1, 3 and 4, Lamentation 2 and 6. But I would like to go ahead and end the presentation on these two scriptures. I started off speaking about how the people boss in a fake Sabbath that they call themselves reenacting. So let us turn our scriptures to Jeremiah, the 9th chapter. I would like to read a couple verses out of Jeremiah, the 9th chapter, and then I will have everyone turn a book to Zephaniah, the 3rd chapter, in closing. Right now, Jeremiah 9. After Jeremiah 9, Zephaniah 3. In closing. And it tells us in Jeremiah 9 about all our brothers and sisters that's bossing in something that's fake. All our brothers and sisters bossing in something that they think they doing. What Almighty told the men and women that fear him, that this is what you should boast in. And you shall not be ashamed, and you will be safe. For it tells us in Jeremiah, the 9th chapter, the 23rd and the 24th verse. And it reads, thus said Yahweh, let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, neither let the mighty man glory in his might. Let not the rich man glory in his riches, but let him that glory in this, that he understand and know me. And I haven't met too many men and women that can actually glory or glorify themselves in this. That he understand and know me. That I am Yahweh, which exercise loving kindness, judgment, and righteousness in the earth. For in these things, Israel, I delight, said Yahweh. So you want to glorify something? Instead of saying Shabbat Shalom, let the people know that you understand and that you know your Creator, that you understand the judgment that is laid upon us. And the Almighty told us in the 5th chapter of Jeremiah, the 5th verse, you will be considered as one of the great men that know Yahweh in his judgment. Let us turn our scripture in closing to the book of Zephaniah, the 3rd chapter. And it tells us in the book of Zephaniah, the 3rd chapter, and it reads, the 3rd chapter, I like to start at the 8th verse. Zephaniah 3 and 8. And it reads in closing to the presentation called the Sabbath. Therefore wait upon me, said Yahweh, to the day that I raise up to the prey. For my determination is to gather the nations, that I may assemble the kingdoms, to pour upon them my indignation, even all my fierce anger, for all the earth shall be devoured with the fire of my jealousy. For then, one second please. We at the 9th verse of the 3rd chapter of Zephaniah. For then will I turn to the people a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of Yahweh, to serve him with one consent. From beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my supplicant, even into the daughters of my dispersed, shall bring my offering. In that day shall thou not be ashamed for all thy doings, wherein thou hast transgressed against me. For then I will take away out of the midst of thee them that rejoice in thy pride. And thou shalt no more be haughty because of my holy mountain. I will also leave in the midst of thee an afflicted and poor people, and they shall trust in the name of Yahweh. And how do you trust in the name of Yahweh? You trust in the name of Yahweh by acknowledging and confirming and believing every word. The remnant of Israel shall not do iniquity, nor speak lies. Neither shall a deceitful tongue be found in their mouth. For they shall feed and lie down, and none shall make them afraid. Sing, O daughter of Zion. Shout, O Israel.
Be glad and rejoice with all the heart, O daughter of Jerusalem. Yahweh hath taken away thy judgment. He hath cast out thy enemy. The King of Israel, even Yahweh, is in the midst of thee. Thou shalt not see evil anymore. In that day it shall be said to Jerusalem, fear thy not, and to Zion, let not thy hand be slack. Yahweh thy Elohim in the midst of thee is mighty. He will save. He will rejoice over thee with joy. He will rest in his love. He will joy over thee with singing. I will gather them that are sorrowful for the solemn assemblies. And those solemn assemblies also denote the Sabbath, because it read in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the first three verses, that these feasts were solemn assemblies. They were holy convocations, and that a Sabbath was in the midst of them. So it tells us, I will gather them that are sorrowful for the solemn assemblies, who are of thee, to whom the reproach it was a burden. Behold, at that time I will undo all that afflict thee, and I will save her that hope, and gather her that was drawn out, and I will get them praise and fame in every land where they have been put to shame. At that time will I bring you again, even in the time that I gather you. For I will make you a name and a praise among all people of the earth. When I turn back, please take note, when I turn back your captivity before your eyes, said Yahweh. So this thing, this servitude and all that do not befall you until you return out of captivity. I'm going to go ahead and end the presentation on that note by saying hallelujah to Yahweh and shalom to the listening audience. Is there any comments or questions? Remember, 2 minutes. Please remember, 2 minutes per comment. Is there any comments or questions?
Give me a little bag or whatever you got. I ain't got no eye either. Shit, it's like I said, it's just some shit I'm smoking on.
My brother, is there any comments being made? You live.
I'm nigga ready for you.
Is there any comments or questions?
Just guess what.
You can mute yourself by pushing star. Is there any comments or questions?
Brother Sammy, I'd just like to say shalom, shalom. I was in and out of the broadcast, but as always, the Sabbath lesson is always a great lesson when you read with understanding.
Hallelujah. And that's very wisely spoken, because that's all we do is try to read with understanding and present the truth to our brothers and sisters. And all of the truth that we presented today refutes our brothers and sisters' teaching about them keeping a Sabbath in the land of their enemies.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions? Is there any other comments or questions?
On the conference call.
Couldn't hear you.
I said he heard you on the conference call.
We on the conference call now. And I think you're talking to the wrong person. This is Brother Samuel. Is there any comments or questions dealing with the subject matter? And I have a question or a comment to make. Isn't it ironic that we got people teaching we're under the Sabbath today? We got people teaching that the Passover is coming up, but we are under the Sabbath. Our fathers, the Sabbath was not made known to our fathers until they came out of Egypt. Well, we in Egypt, we in modern Egypt, we in what is called America and abroad, but we already teaching that we under the Sabbath, but we about to have a memorial about the Passover. That don't make sense. We under the Sabbath before the Passover, and then we're going to say we under the Sabbath, but we in the enemy's land, and we reading about the memorial. We ain't having no memorial of the Passover. We're reading about it. That is out of place. How you going to be under the Sabbath, but you're reading about the memorial of the Passover? You under the Sabbath, but you're waiting to be freed. That is not the ways of your Creator. He freed you and gave you the Sabbath. And your freedom came by way of the Passover. So it's backwards, Israel. We saying Shabbat Shalom every day, and now we about to start talking about the Passover in a couple more weeks. That don't make sense. Is there any comments or questions? If there isn't any more comments or questions, I'll go ahead and let the listening audience go. Now I won't hold you any longer. And we will close the presentation by reading Psalm 52 for us all. Before I do, is there any comments or questions?
No, sir.
No, sir. Well, let's end the presentation by reading Psalms 52. Next week, if it's Yah willing, we'll be dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Psalms 52. And it tells us in Psalms 52, why bosses thyself in mischief, O mighty man? The goodness of Elohim endures continually. Thy tongue devises mischief like a sharp razor, working deceitfully. Thy love is evil more than good, and lying rather than to speak righteousness. Selah. Thy love is all divine words, O thy deceitful tongue. Elohim shall likewise destroy thee forever. He shall take thee away and pluck thee out of thy dwelling place and root thee out of the land of the living. Selah. The righteous also shall see and fear and shall laugh at him. Lo, this is the man that made not Elohim his strength, but trust in the abundance of his riches and strengthen himself in his wickedness. But I am like a green olive tree in the house of Elohim. We trust in the mercy of Elohim forever and ever. We will praise thee forever because thy has done it, and we will wait on thy name for it is good before thy saints. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Hallelujah.
Shalom, family.
Shalom,
Have a
shalom.
good week.
You all too. You too.